Today, we have a very interesting and informative session on the impact of digital transformation on the functional area of marketing. And we have with us a distinguished resource person in this area, Professor Sujata Khandai ma'am, in the context in this area, and will be taking the first two sessions for the day. Ma'am is the professor in the area of marketing. She's also the Deputy Dean Academics, Director, Amity College of Commerce and Finance, and Amity School of Business, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, India. After earning an MBA degree from Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar, and PhD from GTS IP University, Delhi, India, ma'am joined the corporate sector with a marketing profile in the consumer durable industry. After a few years in industry, she moved to academia and worked in various higher education institutions in India and Nepal before joining Amity in 2015. Her teaching interests lie in the area of consumer behavior, digital marketing, branding, and entrepreneurship. Ma'am has been actively involved with consultancy assignments and has conducted various training programs and workshops in India and overseas. She has also published extensively in national and international journals of repute and has also presented papers in international conferences in Asia, Europe, and US. Her training interests have been in the area of social media marketing, branding, and understanding behavior of consumers. Ma'am has also been awarded with the funding project from Indian Council of Social Sciences Research and has in the area of employment generation and sustainability, and has co-authored a book, Consumer Behavior in the Indian Context, the first edition of which was published by Galgotia Publications in 2002, and subsequent editions published thereafter. She is also currently co-authoring a book on brand management. We are very happy to have you with us today, ma'am. We welcome you for this session, and we are looking forward to a very engaging and insightful session.
Thank you so much, Geeta. I don't think I needed that much. It is a very long introduction. I don't know whether I really deserve it. And thank you once again to all the participants for joining. Good morning to each one of you. I'm sure we are ahead of the time, or if it's afternoon for any of you in some countries, good afternoon to each one of you. So you've had a few days already studying about the digital world, the transformations taking place in the digital world, and how it is impacting all the functional areas, as in marketing, finance, HR. I think HR, we have already covered a large part of it, right? And how to a very large extent also, I think the digital world, not only the digitization as it is happening today, is not only going to affect one function, it is going to universally be applicable to all the functions in an organization. Plus, I think the leadership is going to be majorly impacted by it. So the leadership must know how to deal with digitization. Now, why marketing? The reason why probably we will go into the marketing function today is marketing is the only function which brings in revenue to the organization, and therein lies its importance. And that's why, yes, we must have smooth functioning of the HR domain and the finance domain, because without their support, marketing cannot work and marketing cannot function. But at the same time, I think we need to be extremely dynamic and extremely proactive when it comes to marketing, because if we lose out and we are not able to understand the nuances of the digital world, and we don't react with alacrity, we lose out on revenue, and losing out on revenue means this is going to have a major impact on the functioning of our organization. So, and that's the reason why we need to understand digitization and marketing. I see a lot of people are joining in, so I will start a little slow, and then in the meantime, while people are joining, let me just share my screen. And so I will kind of tell you how we will go about the session today. We have probably a couple of hours. Shikha, correct me if I'm wrong. I start now, and do I give them a break after some time?
Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely. Your call.
So let's do for about 85 to 90 minutes. We'll try, because the attention span is not so much of each one of us. So, and then probably for 80 minutes, we take a session, and then we break for another 10 minutes in between, and then continue till the next session starts at what time, Shikha?
Ma'am, it's around, we would be starting 12:30. Then 12:30, we will be having 10 minutes break. So 12:40, we will be starting till 1:55.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
corridor में ना
Just give me a minute, please. I'll have, I'm having some issues. So let me just give me 2 minutes. Let me allow, I have a lot of, yeah, let me just allow that I should allow Zoom to be able to share. Yeah, just give me a couple of minutes, please.
Hello. 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 I am Noin. I am Noin. Myanmar country, Ministry of Education in Myanmar. Okay.
Yeah, Nguyen, would you like to say something?
Oh, no, I'm learning classroom training.
Shikha, may I just enable my system preference and join back in a minute? Give me just a
Perfect.
couple of minutes, I'll join back.
Perfect. Sure.
Okay. Thank you, teacher.
Nguyen, would you like to share something? Your voice is breaking. There's some lag.
Sometimes
में वो
sharing, I'm not already sharing knowledge.
के लिए हमारा यहाँ
Okay.
वीडियो
I
कैमरा
WhatsApp application using in yesterday 12:30.
Okay, so in the meanwhile, let me take this opportunity, Dr. Geeta, to make a short announcement.
Sure.
So participants, today, along with the feedback, we would be sharing one more link of Google spreadsheet, wherein we have put in some of the questions, which we would really like to have answers from all our participants. So you'll be getting these weekends to just quickly fill in that, and the edit rights would be open. So as the sessions goes on, you all guys can, edit as per your suitability and complete that Excel sheet. So be ready that today you'll be getting 2 links, one of feedback and one of the Excel sheet that we would be sharing in the participants WhatsApp group as well. Over to you, Sujata ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm, let me just share, just give me a second. No, I'm not, just give me 2. Okay, stop share. Yeah, I was trying to share the screen on a Mac. It is very difficult sometimes, but I'll move on to the next laptop till I'm configuring. Let me just tell. So, okay, I think we have a number of participants who have already joined, and before I move on, can I just ask a few questions just to kind of get an idea as to where we can start? I'm not sure if I will be able to pronounce your name very well. So I can see Nguyen. Is that how you pronounce your name, Nguyen? Nguyen? No, okay. Yeah, you are muted, Nguyen.
Teacher, thank you very much, teacher.
Yeah.
I can hear your voice and you are beautiful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have a background? How many of you, if you can just have a show of hands, how many of you have a background in marketing?
Background marketing. Okay. I am, our ministry is a Ministry of Education. Our marketing knowledge is a communication strategy, testing, web, situation analysis in CSA phase 1 and phase 2 to where region. And the marketing knowledge is many best knowledge I cannot access.
I'm not really getting into the basics of marketing. So I will start off straight away by talking about how do we market in the digital world. Now, if at any point of time you have any problems understanding some concepts, I know because many of you would not have a background in marketing. It is expected. Just let me know, just raise your hand, stop me at that same point of time, and I will then explain what that concept, because sometimes when I am discussing this, there will be many technical terms which I may just end up using. If you're not able to understand those technical terms, please interrupt me then and there. I will definitely, we will go into what it means actually. Otherwise, you will not understand the concept. Number two, just a word of caution. I speak a little fast. So if you find that I'm going very fast, please let me know. I will slow down my tempo for you. No offense at all taken. So please, you must interrupt me then and there, because otherwise I'll be speaking and you will not be able to understand. So while I'm sharing my screen on the other laptop, I'll just move on to the other laptop. But before I share the screen, let me just tell you how we will kind of, the session, how it will go about, what we will do actually. So the first thing that we will do is that we will kind of understand the fundamental trends which are shaping marketing today. So we'll try and understand the marketing world as it exists today. So that's the first thing that we will do. The second thing that we will try and understand is what are the new frameworks? How do we market in the digital economy today? What are the strategies that we undertake, and how have they become different from the earlier strategies? So which strategies do we understand? What is the new framework that we are going to adopt to market to the digital world? And then if we have time, and I will do, we will have a small short exercise that we will do in between, so that we can apply what we have learned. And in between, if we do have time, then I would like to take you further to some of the tactical marketing applications in the digital economy. So the first thing that we will do in the first 1 hour, probably let's take about 45 minutes we will take for this, and then we will do a small exercise after that, is we will try and understand which are the fundamental trends which are shaping marketing today. I'll take a couple of minutes to show you on the screen, but I will continue speaking in the meantime. There are broadly 4 trends which have, which we can understand. Just give me 1 minute. Okay, so the first trend is that there is today what we see, if we look at the world today, the world today has drastically changed, right? It is no longer what it was many years ago, or what it was even 5 years ago. Also, I would also like to have a disclaimer here. I think the world that we see today is quite different from the world that we saw in 2019. The world has drastically changed since then. We have become very different in the meantime. We are living in a wholly new world today. The power structure that we have come to see today is experiencing drastic changes, and the pandemic also brought about a lot of changes. Can any one of you probably say one as a consumer, I mean, all of us, maybe we are not marketeers, but all of us are consumers. As a consumer, can you tell one major shift or one major change that you've experienced as a consumer? One very big change, or probably a change that you have accepted and embraced as a consumer, which probably you would not do pre-pandemic, which you would not have done pre-pandemic. Can you give me? Yeah.
Yes, online shopping.
Online shopping.
Online shopping. Okay.
Last time we don't have this habit, but after pandemic and during pandemic, we have online shopping.
Exactly. So
Okay,
earlier we would do. Yes, please. Somebody else was saying something. Duane, yes.
I'm very interested in online shopping and online banking and using digital, etc.
Okay. Yes, so the online shopping always, it did exist pre-pandemic also, but it probably was not in the same, the way we have accepted it and the way we have embraced it. I think earlier, if maybe, I'm just giving a ballpark figure, if 30% online pubs, okay, yes, Marcelino, I guess maybe I will ask you exactly what online pubs are. Let me just complete my sentence. That's very interesting, Marcelino. So earlier, if we did 30% of our shopping online, today probably we have moved to something like 80% of our shopping online. I'm sure many of you will agree with that, right? Marcelino, you mentioned online pubs, and how would you explain online pubs? I am not very conversant with online pubs, so that's why I'm asking, and I'm pretty intrigued by the concept of online pubs. Marcelino? Is he here? I think you are here, right?
Certification. Okay.
Yes, Marcelino, online certification. Yes, of course, a lot of, I'll be coming to that, when we have education, how
Hi,
education.
hi, good morning.
Yes, good morning, Marcelino.
Well, probably that was for publicity, but it's like advertising. I want to say online advertising. Sorry,
Yes,
I
yes.
just corrected. Yeah.
Digitizing.
Thank you.
Online and we'll be getting into more of that, because online advertising is all about advertising on social media. Basically, it has actually changed the format of advertising completely. It is no longer only marketer or producer to the consumer. It is more of a community today that we are talking about. Yeah. Shikha, if you are there, sorry, Shikha, if you're there, can you, I'm entering from another laptop. Can you kind of allow me in, please? From the other device. Yeah. Yes, online certification, online advertising. These are, the broad changes that have taken place. Yes. Just a minute. Sorry. This is not my laptop, so I find it very difficult. I'm not very conversant with a Windows laptop, so that's why I'm finding it really difficult to navigate around a Windows laptop. So I have asked my colleague to help me with that. So just bear with me for 2 minutes, please. Just a minute. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, ma'am, it is
See,
visible.
yes.
Thank you so much for being with me. And I'm sorry, sometimes I become a little tech challenged, especially when it comes to a Windows laptop. I'm very familiar with the Mac, and in the Mac is sometimes I think I'll just throw it off and use the Windows. It's very confusing sometimes, and it has so many security settings. It does not allow me to do anything at all. So yeah, so as I was telling you earlier, so the broad overview of today's session is we'll talk about fundamental trends shaping marketing. We'll talk about new frameworks for marketing to the connected customers. We'll talk about the influential digital subcultures, and we will also talk about marketing in the digital economy. So this is broadly what we will discuss today. Now, before I move on to anything else, let's try and understand where we are today. To understand where we are today, we need to understand what are the fundamental trends which are shaping marketing today.
Sorry, ma'am. We can see your mail, ma'am. I can't see your PPT.
Can't see the screen. I am showing the screen.
Ma'am, it's mail. Ma'am, I can see only mail.
Okay.
It's open in
Let me just share it. Stop sharing it, and I will share it once again.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am. Now PPT.
Now it's visible. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the warning. Yes. So let's look at some of the fundamental trends shaping marketing today. Oh no, what's happening now? Why am I not able to? Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I'm really very sorry about this. There's some issue. It is not going. Just a second. Yeah, so let's look at, while I sort it out, let's look at some of the fundamental trends which are shaping marketing today. The first thing is that if you look at it, we are talking about living in a connected world today. We are not living in isolation anymore. It's not moving forward. Okay. So if you look at it, we are not living in an isolated world anymore. right? It is very, very connected. It is no longer a vertical world also, because earlier, if you see, when products were marketed to us, brands were marketed to us, it would be practically a one-way communication, right? Let's go back a little bit. Let's go back to the 90s. I don't know, many of you are very young. So I am not so young. So I know I've lived in the 90s and I've lived in the 80s and the 70s too. When in the 80s and the 90s, you would see it was always the marketer would come up with a product. He would design the product. He would develop the product based upon his, the firm's capabilities, right? Whatever resources were available to them, the R&D available to them, they would kind of develop products accordingly. And then based upon, they would do their own segmentation, targeting, and then they would decide this is the target audience I want to reach out to, and then they would design their own marketing communication, and then they would tell you, okay, this is what we have and this is what you need to buy, right? It was a very, very vertical system where the marketer would talk to the customer. The customer probably never had much to do with the marketer except give feedback once in a while, and that feedback also was just a one-way communication, if at all you were allowed to give the feedback, and that was kind of controlled by the marketer to a very large extent. So it was essentially a marketer dominated marketplace, right? We did say, we have always been saying the customer is king. I'm sure you've heard of this term before, but frankly speaking, trust me, earlier, if you look at what is happening today, at that time, we did feel that we were kings or queens, depending on whatever we call yourself, but we were really not so. If you look at today, we are actually, it is the customer who is the king, because it is all connected. It is more horizontal, right? The power has shifted to the connected customer. It no longer resides with the marketer. So now we are talking more in terms of, we have become more from being very exclusive to being inclusive. We have become more, horizontal. It is not like the marketer has to speak to the customer and there's no other way out, right? We cannot talk. No, it is not. So we have formed a community now. Now, why I'm talking of in terms of a community, look at social media. I think some of you mentioned social media sometime back, right? Social media has made everything equal. It is a massive equalizer. It's like, I don't like a brand, I talk about it on social media, and the marketer, the firm will immediately, you don't like it, you complain about it on social media. It does not take 5 minutes when the firm is back to you and saying, what is your problem? Please tell us your problem. We'll solve your problem right away. That is a power that customers today have. Can you tell me one reason why the customers have that kind of power today? Why do they hold this kind of power today? Yes. Sorry. Yes, Noel, you were saying something.
Today social media is very important role in our education. And we have many people, teachers sending and receiver, sender and receiver is very communication flexible. I sent through message, receive through information. This is very important role in digital era.
Yes, information is king, and information is the key to everything.
Okay.
Yes, you're right, very right. We have access to a huge amounts of information which we can use. And so today, if you look at, we have moved from being exclusive to being inclusive. Inclusivity is the new name of the game today. If you look at it at the macro level, the world is moving from hegemony. It was always, United States which was ruling, or it was, one country, the European, which is very powerful. Today, that does not work anymore. It is more of a multilateral power structure which exists today. To get it from a macro level. Very important. It's very important. Let's try and we'll move down after that. Okay. In the online world, again, social media has redefined the way that people interact with one another. And social media has helped us build relationships. I mean, I may not know, today for you, I would never have met you otherwise. We are living in two different countries and different parts of the world. But look at what social media has done. It has connected me to you, and it has allowed me to form a relationship with you. That is the power of social media. and it allows you to build relationships without geographic or even demographic barriers. And that is why we say it is become, the world is becoming a more inclusive world today. Number two, the number two reason why we are saying the power has shifted to the connected world is, as I told you earlier, it has moved from being more vertical to being more horizontal. And when it has become more horizontal, it has earlier the power resided only with the marketer. Today the power resides with the customers too, right? As Ernesto says, the customer has the power to influence several potential customers. How right you are, Ernesto. That's what social media has done. It is a big equalizer, and so if you look at it, we have become more, from vertical to horizontal. Globalization has done that. It has created a level playing field where, so we are talking now, earlier it was all about the marketer. I told you, he will decide, the firm will decide what product to manufacture, how to manufacture, where to manufacture, when to manufacture. Today, that is not, doesn't exist anymore. We are talking today more in terms of co-creation. We are talking more in terms of co-optation. It is no longer competition. It is, the firms are, collaborating with one another. It is no longer the firm manufacturing products, whatever they think they can manufacture. It is all about co-creation. They ask you, there's a term which has come up today, and the firms are embracing it with a lot of alacrity today, and that is value co-creation. Until unless you co-create a product with the customer, you go and ask the customer what he wants. So many years, a few years back, I know Unilever did that. Unilever went back to the customer and asked the customer, what would you like in a detergent? What don't you like in the current detergent that you are using? So Unilever has the detergent called Surf Excel, and Unilever went back and asked, what do you like in the detergent, what you don't like in the detergent? And they said, please give us your feedback. And taking that feedback into consideration, Unilever designed a new Surf Excel, and they said this has been designed, taking customers' inputs into consideration. Increasingly, more and more companies are doing that. P&G in 2000, P&G did that. Give me a second, please. Yeah. P&G transferred its research and develop model. So earlier it was all about research and develop. So they would have an R&D. Every firm had its own R&D department. They would do all kinds of research, and then they would say, okay, this is the kind of product that I want to manufacture. So P&G in 2000, it was as early as 2000, P&G transferred its research and develop model to a connect and develop model. They said, let's connect with the customers and let's find out what the customers want. Based upon whatever the customers want, we will kind of develop the model accordingly. So we are living in it is more about co-creation. It is not about insular or singular creation anymore. Yeah. So innovation is horizontal today. The market supplies the ideas and the companies commercialize the ideas. So let us not forget the power that we have. We want something, we tell the market, we tell the firm, and the firm will develop it. Concept of customer trust is no longer vertical. It is all about horizontal. And the reason why customer trust has become horizontal is one of the biggest players in making customer trust horizontal is social media. Can any one of you say, why are we saying social media plays such an important role in engendering customer trust? Any one of you? Anybody would like to say, why are we saying that social media plays such an important role in engendering or in pushing customer trust, in promoting customer trust? Anybody? What is the role social media plays? Yeah.
I would like to say social media is very important role. Our ministry has Facebook page and website design. Your design is very important role. Customer is very like and connect to our Facebook page and our selling products. Our department is productively Myanmar language and other ethnic language. And our products are using social media Facebook page, Myanmar Facebook page, and DMN Myanmar Facebook page has included. bmn.gov.mm website that includes. This is very important rule, and the customer see the Facebook page and website and our knowledge sharing program.
Yeah, okay. So basically what you're saying is that, I think what you are basically saying is that there's so much of transparency in social media. It promotes transparency, and that is the reason why probably it promotes consumer trust. Yes, exactly. So if the firm is not transparent, so in social media, we are allowed to put anything. We can voice all our opinions. We are allowed to voice all our thoughts. And until unless a firm is very, very transparent and his firm is very true to what it is delivering to the customer, it is going to lose the trust of the consumer. Because I don't like a product, you have told, the firm has, the brand is promising something to me, but when I actually use the brand, it does not live up to the promise that has made to me. So what do I do? Earlier, pre-social media, I would have kept quiet probably, and I would have maybe complained to the firm or not to the firm. I would have spoken about to a few friends. That's about it. Today, what do? I am not happy. I go back and I complain all over social media. I tweet, and I can write on Facebook, and I say, okay, look at the shoddy service, or look at the shoddy product that they gave me. And there, so it's not only two of my friends who are reading it. If I tweet it, the whole world is reading it, right? Because I can open the tweets to everybody. And what happens to the brand's credibility after that? So that's why we say that social media is a big equalizer, and it plays a very, very important role in engendering customer trust, right? And that's the reason why we say there's a relationship between brands and customers. It is horizontal. It is no longer vertical. The customers are considered peers. They are no longer considered somebody who is less than the brand. And the brand should, and that's why we say the brand has to be very transparent, and the brand has to be very credible always, and has to stay true to the promise that has made to the customer. Don't make a promise and then don't not live up to the promise that you have made to the customer. The third thing that we need to understand, that the power shifts to the connected customers, is we are moving more, and this is, of course, we have spoken about it at length again, we are moving more from being individual to being social. The idea is that there has been an increase in social conformity, essentially because of increasing connectedness, right? So the bottom line, everything to if I have to summarize in how the power has shifted to the connected customer, the bottom line is the biggest role that is being played today is digitization has connected customers, and connected customers not only amongst people that we know, but in the whole wide world, in the globalized world. And when the customers are connected, they become very, very powerful. And when they become so powerful, they expect the brands to be accountable. So that has increased the accountability of the brands. And now they cannot make promises and not live up to it, as I said earlier, right? Now let's look at the, okay, just give me a second, please. Now let's look at the second thing, is the paradoxes of marketing to the connected world. It's very interesting it gives us a lot of power, and it is interesting that we are marketing as marketers. Now we have to understand, not only as a consumer, we have to understand the market from a marketer's perspective also. We know that the world is connected. We know that the customer has power in a connected world at the same time, and we know that we have moved to a completely different world. There has been a paradigm shift, and so we have moved to a completely different world today. But have we left the old world behind? Is it completely online? Is everything online? Have we completely forgotten what was being done in the older world today? Probably not, right? And that is where we talk about what are the paradoxes of marketing to the connected world. The number one paradox is that online interaction versus offline interaction. One sec, please. I would like to show you something here. Let me open it. I'll show you something. Yeah, are you able to see the screen properly? Is your screen visible? Yeah, so the first paradox is online versus offline marketing. Yes, we are more into online marketing, but have we completely left offline marketing? Will you say that we have moved completely to an online kind of a stage where we don't need brick and mortar stores, or in going forward next 10 years down the line, we will not need brick and mortar stores anymore? Do you think so? Yes?
No.
No, yes. So that's what I'm saying. So there's a lot of paradox. Number one is the customer is very informed. At the same time, the customer is very distracted too. Number three, there is a lot of advocacy going around, whether it is negative or positive. Now to understand all these three things in perspective, let's look at connectivity. What does connectivity do? Let's go back to the roots as to why are we talking about connectivity, and what is the imperative of connectivity? What does connectivity do? It of course reduces the cost of interaction amongst the companies, among customers, partners, stakeholders, and thus it reduces the cost, of course, right? That's one thing, one major advantage of connectivity. Number two, it lowers the entry barriers in new markets. Now earlier, if I had to go to a market, let's say to Mozambique, or to I think we have from Mauritius, or I wanted to go to Ethiopia, I would have to advertise in Ethiopia, or I would have to advertise in the Mozambique market. How would I do that? I have to reach out to the print media there, the electronic media there. I have to put my advertisements there, and that would cost a lot of money. I would have to go there physically, be there, and do a lot of groundwork before I could enter the market. Today, probably, with the proliferation of social media and the increasing role that social media plays in all our lives, it has, I don't need to look at other forms of media right away. Maybe I will use print and social media as the days go by, but I can initially enter using social media. I can enter any new market using social media. The idea is to reach out to my customers. It also enables concurrent product development. That's another very big advantage of being connected, and it shortens the time for brand building. Earlier, brand building would take time. Trust me, it takes years to build a brand. Today, because of social media, again, I come back to the same thing, the power that social media wields over all of us, and the kind of influence that social media has in building credibility and trust in the consumer. It takes a shorter time to build brands, right? Are you with me on that, on this? Can you, okay, since we are talking about marketing in the connected world, can you give me some brand names today which have completely disrupted the world of marketing and brought about a new way of shopping as far as consumers are concerned? Give me some names, some brand names in any industry, in any field, which have completely changed the way we shop or change the way we consume products. Yeah, I can see somebody. You can put
Alibaba.
Alibaba, yes. Can you tell how Alibaba has changed it? What has Alibaba done?
Basically, Alibaba has become one of the top, I would say, top 5 ways of shopping today.
Mm-hmm.
It's either on a business side or on a personal side, but Alibaba is definitely one of the top ways of doing shopping.
It's a huge aggregator. Alibaba, Amazon also. Yeah, I agree. Camelia says Amazon is a huge aggregator. It has actually, they have totally
Amazon
changed.
as well.
Another huge aggregator. So this is in the e-commerce, the retail segment. Any other segments would anybody like to talk about? Interesting. There are some very, very interesting examples actually. And I mean, we never would have thought that, we could do this, but they have actually kind of disrupted the entire sector totally and brought about such huge disruptions that probably the earlier players are finding it difficult to exist to that. The disruptions have been so massive. So can you give me a couple more examples, please? What the disruptions that have been caused about by some brands? In any sector. This is the retail sector we spoke about, the e-commerce sector. Any other sector that you can think of?
Sorry, can I just comment here, please?
Yes, please, of course.
Yes. I think Netflix is one online cinema that disrupted the way we watch movies, streaming. We got rid of actual VHS recorders.
Yes, we
So,
did. Yes.
yeah, Netflix,
Netflix.
actually disrupted the market. Yeah.
Yeah, the biggest disruptor has been Netflix. Yes, of course. So that's an excellent example, that would stand out as one of the biggest disruptors in today's modern marketing world. Any other disruptor can you think of? We have a number of them, actually, frankly speaking, large number of them. Thank you, Celso, for that input. What would you say about Uber? Another very big disruptor, made our life easier. Yes, would you agree with Uber being a major disruptor?
Definitely, yes.
Yes, Uber too. Would you say Airbnb is a big disruptor? Would you agree with that?
Yes, yes.
Yes. And so all these are
Airbnb.
They have made our life easier, basically. So all of them have probably made it. They are all aggregators, and they give us the best choice available. So if you look at Apple, iTunes, Apple came up with iTunes, and Spotify completely disrupted what iTunes was doing. And so Apple had to launch its own Apple Music to combat Spotify. We'll come to that later on. But again, so the disruptions over disruption. So iTunes was one of the major disruptors, but Spotify came and completely dislodged iTunes altogether. So and Apple found most of its users of iPhone also using Spotify, and Apple had to launch the Apple Music again. So these are major disruptions which are taking place, and which probably, and please, it doesn't stop here. These disruptions will continue, and we have to understand why are these disruptions, how are they happening. So we have to have a pulse on the customer. Sometimes the customer also does not know what he wants, how he wants it. So you have to kind of think ahead of the customer. You are smart if you think ahead. If you have to do a lot of market research. You have to understand from the customer's articulation, what is he asking for. Many times, most of the times, the customer is not able to articulate what he or she wants. He will articulate in his or her own way, in her language. You have to interpret that articulation and then come up with products. And I think that is the reason why Airbnb, the outcome of interpretation of customers' articulation is what Airbnb is, or what Spotify is. In fact, Spotify, I would suggest, I am not able to remember the name of the movie, but the founders of Spotify, they're in one of the Scandinavian countries. I think it was Norway or Finland, I think they were there. And how Spotify came about. If you see that movie, if I remember, I think during the break, I will Google. I saw that movie. It must be on my Netflix, list of movies that I've seen. If I'll check it, and I will let you know which movie. You must see it. The way they have disrupted, the way, the thinking process that went into, and how Spotify emerged. How Spotify came into this world. I think you must absolutely, if you're interested in marketing, or even if you're interested in what is going to happen and how new ideas are formed and generated, you must watch that movie. I will definitely tell you that movie. There was a survey by Google a few years back, and that revealed that almost 90% of any interaction with media, it happens, is facilitated by screens, smartphones, tablets, and laptops. That's huge, right? Now let's look at connectivity holistically. While we are looking at the paradoxes, before we look at the paradoxes, let's look at connectivity holistically. One is mobile connectivity, of course, right? When we are connected, which is the most basic, when we are connected through our mobile devices, it can be an iPad, it can be a phone. That is the most basic form of connectivity. The second level of connectivity is experiential connectivity, right? In which the internet is used to deliver a superior customer experience, through the internet. You don't necessarily, I'll tell you how it works. The other day I was, and we spoke about online shopping. The other day I was trying to buy a carpet for my home, and I was checking online. It's a pain traveling. Delhi is a huge city. to travel from one place to another place, it takes at least half an hour, 45 minutes. You don't always want to travel so much, right? And a carpet is, it's a high involvement purchase, and you want to spend some time buying it. So that would mean that I would have to probably go to the store at least 3-4 times, maybe, before I actually buy the product. I will talk of women being shoppers in the next segment, and you'll realize, I shop exactly like a woman does. Okay. And I was like, who's going to travel so much to the store? Let me check online. And they have an online store, and I was checking online. They have visually created an experiential situation for me, and they said, okay, pick a carpet. And they said, okay, take a picture of your living room where you want to use the carpet. And so I took a picture of the living room. They said, okay, you've chosen the carpet. I said, yes. And then, so they said, now put the carpet in the living room. And they allowed me to put the carpet in the living room and see how the carpet goes with my soft furnishings, with my living room furniture, my curtains, the blinds that I have, and does it kind of match with everything? And I was able to do it, and I was able to make a purchase. So this is what I'm talking about. Experiential connectivity. You don't need to go to the store always. Earlier we thought that the touch, feel, and see, we are going to miss if we are going to buy online. Not anymore, probably. They have created a new world altogether. And of course, the third level of connectivity is social connectivity, which is all about the strength of connection in communities of customers, how strongly we are connected with each other. Just go to Twitter and put a comment, and you will see, and especially a comment which resonates with other other people on Twitter, and see how many reactions you get from people who are not even connected to you, who don't even know you, right? From all parts of the world. That is the strength of connection amongst customers. Twitter is very, very strong. If I face any problems with any product brand that I purchased, if I'm not happy, I tweet, and the moment I tweet, trust me, it does not take less than it is just not even an hour before they respond back. And always it has led to a satisfactory resolution of my concern or problem. So there lies the power of Twitter or any other social media thereof, right? So if you look at paradox 1, online interaction versus offline interaction, there has to be a judicious mix of the two. You cannot just say, I'm going to sell only online and forget offline. Does not work anymore. It has to be both. Because in making purchase decisions, primarily, if consumers are also faced. I'll give you another example of online. There's a particular jewelry brand, and this is an Indian example I'll give you. There's a jewelry brand in India called Melora. You can check it out online also. She was my classmate. We did our MBA together. She went on to, she worked in a lot of, jewelry store, in jewelry, selling jewelry actually. And I think she did work with Tiffany also for some time while she was in the US. And then she started out with the concept of selling jewelry to the millennials and the Gen Z, right? The millennials are their purchase behavior is quite different from the Gen X and the older generations, right? And she said that, the millennials don't want very heavy jewelry, and let's start out with jewelry which is affordable, which is light, and which they can change because they want to change very frequently. And that was the basic concept. I'm just telling you very briefly. And she came out with a jewelry brand called the Melora. So initially, she marketed only online. She sold only online, and she advertised only online, right? Because she was, and she did a lot of funding from a lot of venture capitalists. It started doing very well. And during the pandemic, you'll be surprised, when the pandemic was, waning and on the rise, waning another. So we saw these 2 years were like, so the pandemic was going up, going down. During the pandemic, she opened and mortar stores in many in most of the cities of India. And she went into, earlier she would not advertise on the print and the electronic media. She would advertise only in the social media, because as rightly said by her, the millennials and the Gen Z generation is primarily on social media. They are not much into print and electronic media. So yes, that thing, once she established a market, she moved into a brick and mortar store, and she moved into print and electronic advertising too. So yes, offline interaction necessarily exists. Having said that, I'm sure in your countries too, if you buy jewelry, and this exists even for apparels also, there is, Zara gives this option that, you buy it and you can pick it up at the store and buy also. If you want to try out shoes, many times shoes don't fit properly, they say, okay, you can pick up 2 or 3 shoes, you can order it, you can try and then buy it accordingly. Similar with jewelry, they allow you to try, they send you jewelry home, you can try it and then you pick whichever one you want. So this is so they are offline, completely online, a mixture of online, offline. So yes, that will exist. It is not going to go away. And number 2, informed versus customers are very informed. At the same time, they are very distracted too, right? There's so much of information. They have a wealth of information with them. And when you have a wealth of information with you, you are bound to be distracted. So you don't know whether, is this the, so when a customer is making purchase decisions, initially you find that the customers are essentially influenced by 3 factors. Number 1, the marketing communication in various media, whatever you tell, whatever the firm tells us. So marketing communication, various media, opinions of friends and family, which we call as the 2 Fs or the 3 Fs, right? Opinions of friends and family. And last but not the least, their own personal knowledge, if they have used it in the past, which influences their attitudes and perception. It leads to a certain kind of perception. So these are the 3 things that the customer mainly makes use of whenever he's finalizing or firming up a purchase decision. But having said that, the truth as it exists today is that the customers are highly dependent on the opinions of others. Whenever you want to see a movie, I do that. I want to buy something. What do you do when you have to buy something, especially a big ticket item, let's say? Or if you let's say you go to Zara, you go to Amazon, their website, and you want to buy something. What is the first thing that you do when you want to buy something? After you have identified that this is the product that I want to buy, what are the couple of things that you do at that time after you have decided what you want to buy?
Just checking the comment of other buyers.
Yes. We check the comments of other buyers. What have they said? The reviews, what we say. Yes. What else do we do? And especially Amazon allows this facility. Amazon allows this provision. What else do we do?
Compare the prices.
Yes, compare the prices and compare this. So Amazon, if you go down, you will say Amazon has said, compare this with the others, and they allow you to compare whatever you bought with similar items from different manufacturers, different brands, and you are allowed to compare and see the ratings. So first thing that you do is that, does it have a 4.3 rating, 3.8 rating, whatever rating that is there? You read the reviews, what the other buyers have said about the product, and then of course you compare the brand that you have chosen with the other brands that are there. Yes, we do that, right? So yes, we are highly dependent on the opinions of others, and that's why we find that many times opinions of others have outweighed our personal preferences. Sometimes I want to buy brand A, but I find that brand A has not been given a very good rating by the other customers, and I kind of say, okay, others are saying brand B is much better, let me go to brand B. So yes, so that's what I'm saying. The customer is informed, and this leads to a lot of distractions also. You're not 100% confident always about what you have decided to buy, because you are hugely dependent on the opinions of others. And that's the reason why we say that connectivity, that's why brings a lot of protection and confidence in each one of us, because we know that if other people have bought it, they've used it, they've liked it, it must be a good brand. Right? So it gives us a lot of protection, and it gives us a lot of confidence in whatever we have decided to buy. Somebody said something. We also check the timeline of delivery. Yes. How do I pronounce your name? Mashacha? Yes. Okay. Machacha is mute. So maybe I think it would be also nice to hear you speak.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm here.
Yes, Machacha, good morning. I get quite tired of listening to my own voice, so it would be nice if I heard your voices too.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. It was nice to hear you. Where are you from, Machacha?
Mozambique, TMCL.
Ah, you're from Tunisia. Okay, good.
Yes.
See what the digital world is making us do. You know, we are reaching out to so many people. In the past, I was part of another team which conducted a digital marketing workshop training, a similar training program to participants from all over the world. And you know, we had a lot of participants from Mozambique, from Ethiopia, we had from Iran, and I'm still in touch with many of them, you know, and probably pre-digital world, this kind of a scenario would probably have been inconceivable altogether. So yes, it has done a lot of good to us. There are a lot of drawbacks to being in the digital world. 3D printing and guns. We'll come to that later on. You know, that is something, one of my pet peeves, you know, with 3D printing and guns, not very acceptable. But yes, but then these drawbacks are not, they are much less than what the advantages that we are accruing from living in a connected and digital world today. Any questions that we have till now? Yes. So that is the portrait. In the future, customers will be connected, will be distracted also. If you, the average human attention, you know, there was a survey by, let me see, the survey was by the National Center for Biotechnological Information. And that survey said that the average human attention has dropped from 12 seconds in 2000 to 8 seconds in 2013. And I'm afraid it would have fallen even much more by now. So that is a problem. And this can probably be attributed to the huge amount of overwhelming and massive volume of messages that are constantly bombarded to us on our mobile devices, and which demand instant attention from each one of us. So yes, we have to work around that. The third paradox is negative advocacy versus positive advocacy. We have been talking about it. We are very happy to give positive feedback, but at the same time, we are equally adept at giving negative feedback. I mean, we don't think twice before going on to Twitter and saying, or Facebook, and saying that, you know, this brand is trash. It kind of, it is, you know, I was traveling once from Delhi to Paris via Moscow. I use Aeroflot because it was a low-cost airline, and since then I've never used Aeroflot after that. Look how they lost a customer, and that is all because of many things, you know. And I missed my connecting flight at Moscow because this flight reached late for no fault of mine. They started late from Delhi, and at that time they had to take a detour because some airspaces were closed. So they reached Moscow late. Moscow airport is huge. By the time I reached the gate, it had closed because it said 20 minutes, and there's just 10 minutes for the flight to take off, and they refused. And I went back to the gate, went back to the desk, the Aeroflot desk. They said, you have to buy another ticket. We cannot allow you to travel to Paris on the same ticket. And they were very firm about it. And I tried to reason with them. I said, it's not my fault. They did not understand too much of English. No fault of theirs. It's all right. Not everybody need to understand English, but they were not at all accommodating about it. And they said, you have to buy. And I had to buy because I obviously could not stay in Moscow forever and ever at the airport. On top of that, I bought another ticket to Paris. But the moment I reached Paris, I tweeted. And trust me, within a week, they refunded my money, and they were apologetic about it. And they gave me what I don't know what they called it, a convenience or a settlement kind of a thing, a certain amount over and above the price of the ticket. But trust me, okay, they kind of compensated me for my trauma, and they refunded my money back, but they lost a customer also. I never went back, and I've never flown Aeroflot after that. So that is what, you know, I can be very happy about a brand. I talk about a brand, I give very good reviews. And most of us do, you know, if you go to a restaurant, many times you will find that sometimes they even badger you, say, please give a good review. If there is a guy, a technician who's come to your home to do some kind of work on any of your appliances, they immediately say, can you give a good feedback? Can you please do it right away? Sometimes you are annoyed, but you still do it because, you know, it's all right. But at the same time, we are equally quick at giving negative feedback also. So firms have to live with the fact that, you know, if there is positive advocacy, there is bound to be a huge amount of negative advocacy too. Any questions? Would you like to say anything regarding this, please, before we move on? Yes, anybody would like to share something here? I hope you share. Otherwise, I feel I'm talking to the screen and I'm not talking to. I'm not reaching out to any one of you. Anybody would like to share a screen? You have probably had, you know, negative advocacy, and you have not been happy with a brand, and the brand has lost a customer. Any instance that you would like to share? Because this is again one of the fallback of a digital world. Yes. Okay, so summarize. Please remember, a brand which has strong characters and a brand which has got a very strong DNA and is very true to itself will have its own set of brand evangelists or brand advocates, as we call them. At the same time, it would also be quite unpopular with certain market segments. I know, my friends, I'm a strong brand advocate and evangelist also of Zara. You know, I wear a lot of Zara and I speak about it a lot. And, you know, I'm you know, a true Zara evangelist. But I have my friends that say, we don't understand Zara. We don't like Zara at all. You know, you walk into the store, we don't know how to shop. You know, they have their own peeves as far as Zara is concerned. So that's what I'm saying. But Zara is a very strong brand. It has got a very strong DNA. It's true to what it says it is, right? And so it will obviously, people who don't understand that DNA, people who don't understand the character of that particular brand will not like it. Will be unpopular with certain segments, of course, right? But so for that, so these brands definitely then should aim to have the ultimate sales force. That means which is that ultimate sales force for these kind of brands? An army of lovers who are willing to guard the brand in a digital world. I would be one of those constituting the army of lovers. So these army of brand. So what do you call these army of lovers? They're essentially known as, so they move from brand advocacy to becoming a brand evangelist. So not only do they advocate the brand, they will even talk about, well, you know, they will heap praises on the brand. And at the same time, a brand evangelist will not only talk very good things about a brand, but will ensure that it will talk badly about other brands, competing brands, so that you show your own brand in a better light. So this is what a brand evangelist does. So the army of brand lovers move from being a brand advocate to being a brand evangelist also, right? So that is what a brand ultimately needs, an army of brand evangelists who will ensure that they guard the brand in the digital world. And when I say guarding the brand in the digital world, it means that you post very good reviews about the brand. If anybody's talking negative about the brand, you challenge the brand. That's how the brand you know, gets a better review overall. Any questions till now? Anybody wants to share something? Any questions? Oh, sorry. Okay, so please read this as subcultures. I think I missed out the B here. I'm sorry. Oh, I did the screen sharing stop. Let me just share the screen once again, please. I'm sorry. Yeah, just give me a minute. Let me just share the screen once again. Sorry, give me 2 minutes, and you can take a breather in the meantime while I share the screen. Okay. Anybody would like to say something before we move on to the third trend, that is the influential digital subcultures. Please read that subcultures, not as I missed out the B. I'm sorry. Sometimes I do these stupid things where I miss out a few things. So let's understand which are the segments which the marketer needs to take care of, and the marketer needs to reach out to, and the marketer needs to understand and design the marketing strategies around these digital, which are the, in this digitalized world, which are the subcultures which are really, or which are the market segments which are really going to play a predominant role. Youth, of course, no doubt about it. Netizens, yes, of course. You will be surprised because I have also mentioned women, and you will wonder why women, but trust me, women play a very, very, very important role when it comes to reaching out to the larger world. And we'll get into why women play such an important role. Okay. Anybody would like to say something here? So basically they say, if you want to get in to increase your probability on getting higher level of advocacy or converting more number of customers into brand advocates, marketers should place their bets on youth, women, and netizens. And we, it is broadly, technically, it is known as YWN, youth, women, and netizens, right? And the marketing, many of the marketing approach or marketing programs are created specifically tailored to reach out to them, so that they will then do the better task and the bigger task of communicating to the rest of the world. It is easier done through them than the marketer reaching out to the rest of the world in their own way. So broadly, you see, they are, the youth are the one who are the risk takers, they're the innovators. They will immediately, they adopt, they are early adopters of new products. They don't think twice about buying a completely new product which has been launched. The others are a little more cautious. The youth are very, or even the netizens also to a large extent, they are much more proactive about adopting a new product right away. And the youth, they set the trends for the seniors. They are the ones, especially when it comes to products like food, music, movies, sports, clothes. They're the ones who are like the trendsetters in this case. Now, why do we say acquiring the mind share? Because if you get their mind, if you are able to capture their mind, trust me, they are the ones who will talk about your brand and who will kind of communicate the essence of your brand to the world at large. Most of the countries that we see today, especially the developing countries, the emerging economies, not so much in the US or in European Union, they have an aging population. If you look at the emerging economies or the developing world, you'll see most of them have a very interesting demographic dividend. Most of the countries have people who are younger in age. They have a very rich demographic dividend, which they should be able to use. And that's the reason why in these countries, the youth play a very, very important and a very strategic role. And we should not ignore the role, the key role that the youth plays in this particular, in these countries especially. It's a growing population, number one. The reasons why they are the key to mindshare is, A, it is a growing population for the reasons that I mentioned. Number two, they are early adopters. They are risk takers. So suppose a new product a brand is launched, which is a completely new to the market product, let's say. Generally, you find the older population and a different segment of the population would take time. They would say, okay, let me see how it works. Why should I invest so much of money in that? I don't know how it, will it last? Is it going to give me the benefit that it says it's going to give me? Is it sustainable? Let me wait and watch. Usually, the larger population says, let me wait and watch. I will see, let's see, let people buy it, others buy it once they come back. So let me see, in another couple of years, I'll come back to the product and see how it is doing, and then I will buy it. But the youth does not think like that. The youth are risk takers. Okay, let me buy it. Why not try it? Let's see. I'm sure it will do well. They are of that, they have that kind of a mindset. And they are more agreeable to experimentation. So if you want a new product, a completely new to the market product, a new innovation altogether, a new innovative product, best to reach out to the youth. They are trend centers. They are the now generation because, and they want instant gratification. So it's very easy sometimes to even reach out to the youth because they want instant gratification. If you have a product which gives them instant gratification, trust me, you will be able to get away with selling to them, and reaching out to them. And that's why the youth are considered to be game changers in their own way. Anybody would like to share something more about the youth in your respective countries? In your countries, I mean, what is the role that youth plays in your countries? Anybody? Let's have a few thoughts, please.
There's a major role in today's world in any country.
Uh-huh.
The youth plays a major role. By saying that, I mean they are the ones that influence the world in various different ways. It's either on the digital, they are the biggest buyers. They are, I mean, the youth has a huge influence in the modern world.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nguyen, on that, because if you see, marketers also have understood this unharnessed potential of youth to that extent that if the marketers, there are some marketers whose products are not primarily probably products and services. When I say products, it means both physical and products and services. Even if they are not are not primarily aimed at young customers, they still pursue this lucrative market because their objective is that if you influence them early on in their lives, even if it is not profitable to do so currently, trust me, they will come back and this young people in the near future, if you have influenced them today, this young population in the near future will be probably the primary and most profitable customer segment in the future. So it makes a lot of sense for the marketers to reach out to the youth. Many times they do so, even if right now they are not the primary customers, but they do it for the, they are thinking strategically, not tactically necessarily always, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Even if the product is not directly meant to their segment, but still, they are the ones who are going to influence. It's either their parents, their peers, they are the ones who are going to influence them. The actually target marketing to acquire or to use that product.
Exactly.
So the youth, any marketer has always, regardless of the product,
exactly,
youth as their main target.
Yeah, they're the main target. And because the demographic size is so big, especially in developing and emerging economies, the companies are often willing to spend huge amounts on this interesting market segment, essentially for the power that they wield, right? When the iPod was introduced, Apple introduced the iPod as way back in 2001. I see many of you are very young. When the iPod was launched by Apple in 2001, it was the youth only, which the youth-oriented tonality of advertising, because it was targeted primarily the youth, that helped in rapid early adoption, and eventually it led to mainstream market success, because the youth, when they adopted the market, and then they kind of they talked about it, and it became similarly when Netflix they offered its streaming service as early as 2010. When they first started the streaming service in 2010, it was the tech savvy youth which were the first ones to adopt Netflix. It came to India much later, but when it launched in the US in 2010, it was a tech savvy youth which were the early adopters of Netflix, and that is how Netflix kind of went on for mass consumption in the years to come. And of course, as we know that,
example.
Yes, please.
You have another example, which was BlackBerry. when BlackBerry first came to Africa, regardless of all the other functions and things that the BlackBerry could give you, the BBM chat was the main thing.
Yes,
So
yes.
that's when the youth played a big role.
The youth,
Everyone was willing to have a BlackBerry because of the BBM chat. We didn't have the WhatsApp back then, but it's a similar thing. Everyone wanted to have a BlackBerry because of the BBM chat. But
exactly.
now it's a WhatsApp thing, and thank
Now it's-
God it became a worldwide thing, and it can be used in any device. But back then, the BBM was only used on the BlackBerry device, and
Yes.
the BlackBerry device was the Apple of that era.
Of that era. Yes, Nguyen, I agree with you. You know, I also used a BlackBerry, and most of us, I think, bought a BlackBerry because of the BBM actually, the BlackBerry messaging that they had, messenger that. So if you look at it, these are the roles that the youth plays, being an early adopter, being a trendsetter, and being the game changer. So that is why we say that the youth are the key to mind share primarily. Okay, the next one is interestingly, you wonder why the women are important digital subculture. I think that's something probably you would feel, why have we included women as one of the influential digital subcultures? Can anybody tell me why we have included, why women have been included as one of the influential digital subcultures here? Yes, anybody? Can you tell me, can you tell me why women have been included? Yes, how do I pronounce your name? Nueni?
Klein.
Nueni.
Yes.
Yes. So I can call you Nueni, right?
Yes.
Yes, Nueni. Why do you think women are an interesting and such an influential digital subculture today?
Because most family women have to buy. Some most often women like a mother or doctor or something like that. Most women buy things. Yeah.
Most women, they are holistic shoppers, unlike the men. You know, if you look at, no offense meant to men at all, by the way, but if you see the way men buy, you know, as we say, men are from Mars and women are from Venus, and it applies to shopping also. You know, men are like, you know, I see my husband also shopping in the similar manner. You know, how do they shop? And I don't like to go shopping with my husband at all. I refuse to go shopping with him. So generally men, they know that what they want to buy, they just go buy, they just buy that thing. They are not going to shop. They just buy and they leave. That's it. You know, and it's so annoying. And that's a reason why probably marketers do not consider men as very influential a segment at all, because men don't shop, men don't look at alternatives, men don't check out, you know, which is a good brand, which is the reviews. Men could not care less. You know, they have decided we want to buy this, they just buy, and you know, so they hardly pay attention to brands. Women pay attention. I see most of the men whoever are on the screen, they are smiling, and probably they are smiling because they know it's a fact and they can do nothing about it, because that is how they are wired to shop. But yes.
So when I choose,
sorry, I can't hear you.
It's better. This shop is better, so my husband not patient me. Yeah.
Yes. So that is why the female market is probably one of the most logical markets for marketers to pursue, simply for the reason, the way they shop. You know, they are more holistic shoppers. They look at everything holistically before they actually buy, and that's the reason why they have a big. The segment is distinctive. It is big. The size is also big enough, and it is a very distinctive segment. So that's why you find that now there are three roles that women play primarily. One is that they are information collectors. Women, before they purchase anything, they collect huge amounts of information. You know, the price, the benefits, where do I buy, how do I buy, what do I get, etc., etc. They do. And I'm not saying because they have loads of time on their hands. Trust me, women do not have so much of time. Most of them are working women. They have, they not only take care of their homes, they're taking care of their workplace, and they have, in fact, I would say that most women have less time on their hands, available time on their hands than men do. But yet they still want to make a very conscious, rational choice. And that's why they are information collectors, they are holistic shoppers, and they are household managers too. And that's the reason why you find that women pay a lot of attention when they are buying a particular product. And that's why they kind of are so appealing to the marketers. Anybody would like to say anything, add to it, or probably say anything contrary to this? You are allowed to disagree. I mean, I'm not the absolute truth here, by the way. So you're absolutely allowed to disagree. Anybody would like to offer a point of view here?
Because it regards women and shopping, we as men, we won't dare to speak anything.
You don't want to speak anything at all.
I agree with
Totally
you,
agree.
Felisberto.
Yeah, because I agree, Marcel, because not only do women, now here again, I will say maybe women might not like what I'm saying here, but not only women do research a lot about what they want to buy, but they also converse a lot about that brand. So men would buy and they would use it, and they would not bother to talk about it with anybody else also, if they bought a pair of trousers, or they bought a pair of, shoes, they would buy it. If they liked it, fine, they're happy. If they don't like it, they would not wear it. But they would not talk about it at all. But women, not only do they research more, they like to talk about it. They express their opinion about why they liked it, why they did not like it, what they liked, what they did not like. We talk more, right? As you can see, I talk a lot, so we talk a lot more. So they converse also. They seek out opinion from their friends, from their family. They are also open to receiving assistance from others. Men mostly don't like it. They like to shop alone, and they like to think that whatever they have decided is the best. Most women don't. They always like to take assistance from the others. Men just want to get things done. Women want to find the perfect product always, and the perfect service, the perfect solution. And that's why probably they are holistic shoppers. The third category, the third subculture, I'll just take 2-3 minutes more. The third subculture, of course, goes without saying, and which is a no-brainer, is a very influential subculture for marketers, are netizens. Who are netizens, by the way? How would you describe netizens? Who are netizens?
They commonly use the internet.
Yeah. They are considered to be the true citizens of democracy, because they are the ones who kind of work towards development of the internet. If you have to define netizens, I've written down somewhere, let me just check. Yeah, so the netizens are people across geographical boundaries who care about and actively work towards developing the internet for the benefit of the world. So this is who netizens are. And obviously, because netizens obviously are tech savvy, and because they're tech savvy, they wield an enormous amount of influence how the brands are perceived by the world. They can work with brands. They can play a major role in influencing others about the brands that are there on the market, in the marketplace, both online and offline. Because they're the true citizens, and they see the world horizontally rather than vertically. And they connect because they are social connectors. That's why they wield such a large influence on how brands are perceived by the larger world. And that's why they are called evangelists. They are expressive evangelists. That's why the netizens would probably be friends, followers, and fans. The 3 F's of the internet world, the three F's of the online world, as we call them, is friends, followers, and fans. So these are the netizens who are primarily brand evangelists. The netizens. So together, you'll find that the youth, women, and netizens, they hold the key to marketing in a digital world. Okay, so these are these are things that you need to necessarily take into consideration when you are marketing to the digital economy. These are some of the trends. These are some of the frameworks that we need to understand. In the next section, we'll talk about marketing to in the digital economy. We'll look at some other aspects, and we will also look at something like 4 C's and 5 C's and the 5 A's. Some technical part we will get into as to when we are designing a marketing strategy to reach out and to be successful in a connected world. What are some of the hygiene factors that we need to take into consideration? So would anybody like to say something before we break? I had thought, just give me a minute. There was a particular, maybe when you come back, just a small thing that you could probably think about during your break. Let's take a 10-minute break. What are the trends in your respective industries? And I see that most of you, I was looking at your background, and many of you belong to all of you belong to different industries. Can you come back? Can we just start off by looking at the trends in your respective industries that demonstrate the shift towards a more horizontal, inclusive, and social business landscape? So which are the trends that have kind of, helped you? What are the trends that you see in your industry that demonstrate that you have actually shifted towards a more inclusive, more social, more connected kind of a way of working? So can you just talk about a few trends from your respective industry? Maybe 3-4 volunteers, if you have, it would be great. And it would also kind of tell me that you have actually listened to me and I have not been speaking in vain. So yes, I know many of you have been participating quite a lot, and I'm extremely appreciative of the fact. But yes, let's kick off the next session with these trends, and then we'll take it forward from there. What do you say? Are you okay with that?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so
yes, ma'am.
Shikha,
yeah, ma'am, I'm here.
Yeah, what's the time now?
Yes.
Yeah, so the currently time is 12:30. So we'll be taking a 10 minutes break, and I request participants to join back after 10 minutes. So currently, as per India time, we are here at 12:30. So
12:40.
probably as per Central African time, it would be 9 a.m. So you're required to join at 9:10. As per African time, as per IST 12:30 and 12:40, you are required to join.
Yeah, so let's just take 10 minutes from whatever time you are, and let's join back in 10 minutes. Thank you so much, Pallavi.
Thank you.
It's already 9 in Africa.
Yeah, at 9:10 you can join. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are starting with the next session. Sujata ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Pallavi, for hosting this session. I know it's a lot of work for you.
It's okay, ma'am.
Yeah. I hope at least because you're sitting there throughout, I hope something is interesting for you, at least whatever you're do we have people who have joined? Let's see. Yeah, I think most of you have joined back, and that's very nice that you join back. Welcome back once again. And what's the time wherever you are, by the way? What's the time wherever you are? I mean, must be early in the morning, right? I think we are ahead. So how many of you must be in your workplace or at home? And I hope that you are deriving something good out of this sessions. I can see somebody has put in something in chat. Mozambique, it is 9:12. Yes, so you are about 3 hours, 3.5 hours behind us, right? So Marcelino, you are from Mozambique, right? I think towards the end we could have a picture with all of us together. I think that would be nice. And I will give you my email ID at the end. You can reach out to me if you want to in any way. I'm of course on LinkedIn also. I love to form connections as I said, we live in a connected world, right? So, but yes. Piso, where are you from? Piso, you have written it's 142. You are ahead. Are you in Thailand?
From Myanmar.
Ah, you're from Myanmar. Yeah, that's why. Thailand, Myanmar, all of them are 1.5 hours ahead of us. Yes. You are 1 hour 15 minutes ahead of us, right? Or 1 hour ahead, just 1 hour, not even 1 hour 15, 1 hour. Yes, yeah. So I think we broke off and we said we will discuss a little bit about the trends in your respective industry, which kind of demonstrate that there has been a shift towards being more horizontal, being more inclusive, and being more socially connected. Can you to a socially connected kind of a business landscape? Can you give some examples? What kind of trends are they, which kind of tell you that you're moving to a different level altogether, a different kind of an ecosystem altogether? Anybody? Just a 2, 3, so that, you know, and it helps me learn so much more also from my interactions with you. Gives me a lot of information and knowledge too, and I look forward to that information and knowledge that I get from each one of you. So any one of you, what are the trends? If you see, like, you know, it can be something very minor, insignificant also. It need not be something earth-shaking, but you know, one example I'll give you, you know, one of the examples which demonstrate that we have moved towards in training. Earlier we would always train offline, and we would have people in person and training, and so that's why our scope was quite limited. We were not able to reach out to so many people. Though I know that in the past, pre-pandemic, we have had international participants come over to our campus, and they have stayed with us, and we have imparted training to them. But now it's online, and it is considered as credible, as authentic, as good as an offline training. Just that the human touch is missing, and that the human interaction, which probably if you were to come to India and stay with us, and then we would interact inside the classroom and outside the classroom too, which probably could lead to forging much closer bonds. But that's about it. So yes, training programs have gone online, and we're able to reach out to a wider segment of the target audience. Anything else? Can you tell me some more examples, please, like that? Come on.
So, ma'am,
Yeah.
can I?
Yes, of course. Right.
Okay, so sorry, I have to turn off my computer because of internet line is
No problem.
relatively poor.
No
so,
problem.
I'm just sharing the experience concerning this topic. Actually, I would like to focus on the, you're talking about the digital business.
Mm-hmm.
Just now, I would like to share, it's not kind of digital business, but I want to share what digitalization change our daily job and such kind of thing. So through your presentation, you mentioned how an extent the digital thing is important, especially social media or such kind of thing. They play the key role for our daily life. So here, I want to focus about digital thing in our daily job. So last 2 years, because of COVID-19, we could not do any physical communication with our co-workers. So we have to live at home, and we have to communicate via online. So for example, before, we never have such kind of online group via Viber or WhatsApp or Messenger. We meet in person, and we meet face to face, and we discuss like that. So in that case, we have to do a range of meeting, even in a minor topic or minor subject. But because of COVID-19, the way of communication have been changing. And that case, we created such kind of group. For example, even right now, we have digital era group in our WhatsApp. So just only one drop and we can inform all the participants what we are doing and what will we do and maybe next class, next session, such kind of thing. So it's just like our daily job. Via Viber or Messenger or such kind of communication method, we can share what we are doing and what is the our next task or something like that. So
yes, right.
Yeah, it is kind of the advantages of digitalization, and it can change the daily routine of all of us. So it is kind of the, how can I say, one of the advantages of yes, digital era. So you're talking about the social media, basically on business thing. Here, I would like to just share how digital thing and maybe social media. Just I mentioned Viber, Messenger, all kinds of these things are social media thing. So by using these social media communication method, we can communicate each other very effectively. So this is my sharing then.
Yes. So it's a good thing, you think, right? That it is a step in the right direction, in the positive direction, right? So you're saying it is a positive development, yes?
Sure, yes.
Yes. So yes, we have seen that this connectivity has its own positives. It does have its negatives too, but I think for everything in the world, I think it has its own positives and negatives, and we have to learn to live with it, and we have to learn to harvest the positives, and we have to learn to kind of ignore the negatives or minimize the negatives as much as possible. And that works for marketing to a digital world. The same philosophy counts for marketing to the digital world also. Now, before we move into, I would like to talk about, before we move into some of the frameworks that we will use for marketing in the digital economy, let's try to understand what is marketing 4.0 or marketing in the digital economy. What does it entail? If you see, according to OECD, that the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, according to them, they said digital innovations can bring countries closer to sustainable prosperity. And that's very true. McKinsey lists some top innovations that have had the most significant economic impact, and some of the innovations that have had very good impact in the last few years. One is, of course, the mobile internet, automation of knowledge work, the Internet of Things. These are some of the innovations that have kind of taken over, made our lives simpler, easier, better. Richer also in many respects, right? Cloud technology is another one. Advanced robotics is again another one which marketers, which has made our life much easier. And 3D printing also, to name a few. But then 3D printing has its own disadvantages also. We'll get into that later on. And now these technologies, all these technologies I mentioned, whether it's mobile internet or whether it is 3D printing or whether it is cloud technology, they have helped develop multiple sectors in the economy. Now, the sectors that have greatly benefited from all these innovations are retail, e-commerce, transportation, you have automated vehicles, education. Education has, this internet has given rise to massive open online courses, what we more commonly call them as MOOC. Health, maintaining electronic records and personalized medicine. Health probably was earlier, and the biggest beneficiary, or one of the largest beneficiaries, has been this health sector, I would say, and of course social interactions via social media. So these technologies have brought about, and of course many other sectors. I'm just naming a few sectors. Now, marketing 4.0 is essentially talking about combining online and offline interaction between companies and customers. As I said earlier, you just cannot think of online only. We have to live in a world where both of them converge. And both of them live a symbiotic, both of them have a symbiotic relationship. Very, very important. Number two, offline touch is a strong differentiator. As I said, online is important, online is convenient, but it is the offline touch which is the strongest differentiator. That is how you build emotional bonds with customers. That is how you give that experience to the customer. It's experience which leads to relationship building, which leads to emotional bonding, and it's emotional bonding which kind of will lead to loyalty and repeat purchase thereafter. Brands need to be more flexible and adaptive due to rapid technological change. You cannot say, oh, now what happened to Nokia? Nokia became very complex, and I hope all of you know Nokia. Have you, are you aware of Nokia, the brand, the mobile phone?
Yes, sure.
Yes. I'm sure you do. And Nokia was one of the strongest brand in the world. I mean, for me, I used to think Nokia is one of the strongest brands, and they were not the first one to enter the mobile phone device market, but they were one of the first ones, and they were very strong, and they had a very strong hold over the market, and they did remarkably well worldwide. And when Nokia was around, I mean, there were other phones also, like Motorola was there. O2 was another brand which was there, but they used to pale in comparison. They used to pale in comparison to Nokia. But what happened to Nokia? Nokia became complacent probably, or Nokia did not become flexible and did not adapt to the rapid technological change. And eventually you see BlackBerry took over and Apple took over, and now Nokia is nowhere in the picture today. Nokia did try to make a comeback once or twice, but somehow customers have now perceived, and we are talking of the netizens and the youth, now perceive Nokia to be a laggard. They do not perceive Nokia to be a go-getter. Somehow that is the perception that they have formed, and Nokia is finding it very difficult to come back. They have other businesses which are doing well, but Nokia is finding it very, very difficult to come back into the mobile phone device market again. I'm not sure whether they will ever be able to make a comeback. And of course, there is authenticity. It is very, very important. I told you earlier that you have to be real, you have to be credible, you have to be true to the promise that you make, and that is what being authentic is all about. So authenticity is because everything is so transparent, you cannot not be, but be authentic. Everything is so very transparent. There is need for leveraging machine-to-machine connectivity. Artificial intelligence, we can use AI to improve productivity. I'll give you an example how marketers use AI so effectively. Leveraging not only machine-to-machine connectivity, but also leveraging human-to-human interaction so that you bring about greater customer engagement, very, very to strengthen, to bring about, to increase and to strengthen customer engagement. It is so today, always, marketing has always been about customer engagement. If you don't have customer engagement, your brand ceases to exist in the marketplace. Very difficult for the brand to exist in the marketplace if you don't have the right amount of customer engagement. Yeah, so I'm talking about AI here, and marketers, I'll give you an example, and this is weird, bizarre, but it is there. All our phones, if you're using an iPhone, you have Siri. This is a puzzle which I am also, and I realize it is Siri which is doing this work, probably because everything is connected, all the phones are connected. The other day I was talking, a few months back, I was talking to a friend of mine in London, and we were just discussing gym wear, active wear, what kind of clothes to wear to the gym, and not what kind of, which brands are good and stuff like that. Generally, both of us were talking about it, and so we obviously, then you talk about Adidas, Nike, Reebok, and we said, okay, these are good brands, but they are, let's have, brands which are a little more trendy, fashionable. And my friend said, look, I buy this particular brand. This is very good. They're very trendy. The fabric is very good. So my friend lives in London. And so I asked my friend, which brand is this? And my friend mentioned, and this was a chat on WhatsApp, by the way. It was not a verbal communication over telephone. It was a chat on WhatsApp. So my friend then texted me the name of that particular brand. He My friend just texted me. Can you believe it? I live in India. That brand is not available in India. So I get to see on my feed on Facebook or on Instagram, I get to see mostly brands which are available in India. So if I have checked out some gym wear, or if I've checked out some gyms, I get gym wear brands in my feed, because they know I am interested in gym. So maybe I go to the gym. If I go to the gym, I will use gym wear. So I get this gym wear, in my feed. This brand is not available in India. I had never heard the name of the brand before. My friend mentioned it to me. Will you believe it? I had the conversation the night before. The next morning when I wake up, I check my Facebook feed and my Instagram feed. I find this brand is figuring in my feeds. Can you tell me how? That's what AI does. AI is actually tapping into, another one, which Macy's, have you heard of Macy's? It's a big departmental store in the United States. Macy's uses AI very extensively. So let's say I have been checking out bootleg jeans which have got white, the flared jeans, right? I'm just checking them out, right? On my phone, I am looking at scrolling through various shopping sites, and I'm checking out bootleg jeans on my phone. Next time I visit Macy's, right? And so Macy has it's a department store. It's got a lot of apparel. So I've gone to the section which has all these denims, the jeans brands, so Levi's, Guess, Gap, all these brands are there. And when I'm walking down the aisle, let's say Guess is a brand, it's an American brand, and Guess has bootleg jeans. There'll be an immediate notification on my phone that Guess is stocking bootleg jeans. You may try to check it out. When I am passing through the aisle, when I'm going in the aisle which stocks Guess jeans, and then this notification comes. So this is smart, this is how AI has been used. And this is a small instance I'm giving you just to show the role that AI is going to increasingly play in the lives of ours and the lives of the marketers, so that the marketers can make a much more focused and targeted approach towards their customers. And this is how they will reach out to you. This is how they will ensure that you buy what you want to buy when you want to buy. They are tapping into your mind. They are tapping into your choices. They are identifying when you want, what you want, where you want, and they're going to give it to you there. This is the kind of focus targeting I'm talking about. Maybe if I have time, I'll get into that focus targeting a little later. So, yeah. Do you have any comments to add here, please? Would anybody like to say something here? Have you ever had an experience with AI in marketing? Would you say that yes, there has been some kind of AI intervention in your lives? Would you say that?
Well, a lot.
Yeah. How is that so?
Because as you mentioned recently, if I search something that I want, maybe tomorrow, there are kinds of advertisement in my feed. So,
yes.
Yeah. So sometimes it's good, but sometimes it has some disadvantages. So yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Because
sometimes it is very invasive. I was very annoyed that those feeds were showing on those brands were showing on my feed, because it was a private conversation I had with my friend, and you are annoyed that people are invading your privacy, and they are reading your texts. So you don't like it, but that's how.
Yeah, sure. Sorry for interruption. Sometimes it makes us to feel that we are being tracked, and we are being such kind of supervised by other things. So I have some funny story. So let me share you.
Yes, please go ahead. Yes, of course.
I have a friend. She is kind of, how can I say, so funny, and she like tasting other people. So we have our friend group chat. And one day she shared a very, how can I say, a very funny photo of a famous actor. but she's kind of, how can I say, naked or such kind of thing. It is not good to mention here.
Okay.
Yes, what the problem is that maybe 2 days or how effective are these kind of AI or how they can tap the user background or user history. But the problem is maybe a few days later, or we in our group chat and also in our feed, we found such kind of naked thing, and maybe some female actor, they were, how can I say, not completely, maybe they were just only 2 pieces or such kind of naked thing. It's not good for us. Actually, just only one time she shared such kind of thing, just for fun.
Just for fun. I understand. I get that. Yeah, I get it.
But the problem is, it has bad consequence after that.
Yes, I totally understand what you're saying, and I totally get what you're saying, and as actually highly invasive. I think the European Union has been very strict with Facebook also for this, and I think in all the countries we need to develop proper frameworks which kind of, it's okay, we marketers should be they need to do focus targeting, they have to also maintain the profitability, and customers also should not be we don't want to reach out to too many brands which are of no use to us. Fair enough, it works for both of us, but I think there has to be a line drawn somewhere where they don't invade the customer's privacy. WhatsApp very clearly says that these are messages are encrypted and will not be shared and nobody has access to it, but I seriously doubt that, frankly speaking, because WhatsApp is free. Where do they get their revenue from? Their revenue is from advertisements, right? The revenue is from the information that they glean from the customers. So that's how the world works. So I think there has to be stricter regulations and a watertight framework which will ensure that customers privacy is not invaded, as well as take care, ensure that marketers' interests are also met. I teach marketing, so obviously marketing is important. I would not decry marketing, and I would not say that marketing is not required, but at the same time, as I said, that we need to be respectful of each other. Sometimes we cross the boundaries of being respectful with each other. So yes, thank you for sharing, Nguyen. I think it was a very nice example, and I empathize. I understand what you are saying. So if you look at it, let's look at some of the not exactly trends. What does marketing in the digital economy entail is that moving from traditionally segmentation and targeting to what we call as customer community confirmation. Let me take it. Let me show you this. Wait, I have it somewhere. No, I don't have it here. Okay. So one is that we move from traditionally marketers have always been talking about first they segment the market using their own how they take their own variables into consideration, segmenting it, then they target, they decide this is the most profitable segment, and then they position their product in that particular segment. But I think now we are moving away from that. We have to as I said, we earlier spoke in the first session that we are moving away from being vertical to being more horizontal. Now it is all about more about customer community confirmation, reaching out to a customer community. You're not you have to reach out to the customer, ask them for permission. Do you want my product? Shall I advertise to you? And then, so now this is the era of permission marketing, rather than identifying this is the customer I want to sell to and I will target him. I will bombard him with my communication messages. No, it is not going to work anymore. So it is more about moving away from traditional segmentation and targeting to customer community confirmation. That is more important. So that is why we talk about permission marketing, and the communities are the new segment. So when you talk of communities, Facebook is one community, right? In Instagram you have communities, so you have communities of customers who exist, and these communities of customers may come from different demographic segments, different psychographic segments. So now Demographic sectoral segments are important, but I think we need to focus more on communities of customers who exist on social media, because these communities are formed more naturally rather than being formed by the marketers themselves. The second thing is we move from brand positioning and differentiation to brand clarification of character and codes. I did discuss about this earlier, that brands need to be authentic. Earlier, it was all about how do I position my brand? How do I differentiate my brand? It's okay. You need to position and you differentiate. But before we position and before we differentiate the brand, it is more important that we understand what does our brand stand for. We understand the authenticity of a brand. We understand the character, the DNA of a brand, and communicate that to the customers. The brand's character is the raison d'etre for the existence of that brand, not for anything else, not how the brand looks. It is the brand's character. That is the authentic reason for the existence of that brand in the marketplace. That needs to be solid. And that's why the brands, that brand will appeal. That is how the brand will appeal to the target audience. And the third thing is that, so these are the two most important things. And of course, another very important thing is that earlier we are talking more about 4 Ps. Now it is all about commercializing the 4 Cs. The 4 Ps are you aware of the 4 Ps? The 4 Ps which constitute the marketing strategy. And this is how you market your product. Anybody can tell me what are the 4 Ps? Which are the 4 Ps?
Product,
Yeah.
place,
Price and
yeah,
promotion. Yes, thank you.
price, of course, and promotion.
And Phyllis, thank you so much, Phyllis. Yes, it is product, price, place, and promotion. They constitute the foundation of marketing, and you need to have these 4 in place. This was traditionally, but now we are talking more in terms of commercializing the 4 Cs. And now, what are the 4 Cs, technically speaking? When we talk of the 4 Cs, now product is not just about product that is being manufactured and made and developed by the organization, by the firm. Product is what is co-created by the company, by the firm, and the customer. We spoke about co-creation earlier. It has to be co-created because customers now want a greater share in the development of the product. They want to have their say. They are not comfortable about, or they are not okay about the marketer saying, look, this is the product we have developed, now you use it. They're saying, no, that's not how it's going to work. You need to know what you want, what we want. You need to understand what we want and make a product, develop a product based on what we want. All these companies, Dell, Levi's, all have gone back to the customers. They check out what the customers want, take regular feedback, aggressive feedback from the customers, and then design products based on customers' feedback. Zara is another big proponent of this. Zara comes up with products, apparel designs, apparels, and they check for 1 week. If they find that it is not doing well globally, or even in one particular store, they take it out and they replace it completely. They said, if it is not selling, that means the customers don't like it. We will not push anything onto the customers. So you will find that the turnaround for a Zara apparel is quite low. They check for 1 week. If it is not selling, it's out of the store completely. So they are constantly checking the customer's pulse. It's all about co-creation. The second thing is when we talk about is currency, pricing and currency. Earlier, the marketer would fix the price and the customers had to. Today, it's more about dynamic pricing. Look what Uber is doing. Look what Airbnb is doing. The airlines have always been doing it, but pricing is all about you have to be more flexible with your prices. What is the market demand? What is the capacity utilization? Pricing cannot be fixed. You cannot say, this is my price and I will charge this price and I'm not bothered about whether customers like it or not. The customer will say, fine, you are not going to give me the price that I want. I'll go to some other place. I'll buy it somewhere else. There is so much of competition. There are so many brands which are proliferating one single product category. Customers have choice. They're saying, okay, fine, you don't give it to me at the price that I want. I'll go somewhere else. I don't mind. I know it's okay. Yeah, you don't want to listen to me. I don't want to patronize you. That's how it works today. So yes, so the first one is co-creation. Instead of just being a product, it has to be a product which is co-created. When we talk about pricing, it has to be a currency. We talk of currency instead of price, a currency which is more adaptable to market conditions, to the market demand. The third one, when we talk about, is commercial activity. It is not just about distribution anymore. It is not just about producer, wholesaler, retailer, consumer. That kind of a linear chain is almost ceasing to exist. It is more about commercial, an activity where you work together. It is more about how would I say it? What Airbnb is doing, what Uber is doing. They are more about aggregation. It is not just about distribution. It is more about aggregation, and let the customers choose what they want to buy. So it's not just about, okay, you want to buy this, I'll give you this. No, let the customers choose, aggregate the market, give them a choice, let them buy what they want to buy at the price that they want to buy. That is more important. And fourth one, when we talk of promotion, it is no longer just promotion, it is conversation. That is what leads to the customers making informed choices. It's not just about, I will put an advertisement, you see my advertisement, you like it, you buy it, or you don't like it, don't buy it. But there is no other form of communication between you and me. It does not exist anymore. Social media has ensured that it has given rise to conversations, not only between marketer and the customer, but between one customer and the other customer. And the conversations help the mass customers make the best possible choices. So that is what probably is something which is really working today. So we need to not look at the 4 P's anymore. We look at more at commercializing the 4 C's. That is, so it is no longer distribution channel which is linear. It's a distribution channel which is more of sharing, where you offer all the choices available to the customers and let the customer decide what kind of channel he wants to choose to make use of the product. Any questions till now? Shall we then move to the framework for marketing in the digital economy? Anybody would like to share anything? Anybody would like to share anything? Let me drink a glass of water while you gather your thoughts, and we move to the next section of the frameworks for marketing in the digital economy. Yes, please. Can we have some thoughts on how is the session going? Are you enjoying it? Do you find it too pedantic, too theoretical? Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Well, it's going well.
Yes, it's insightful. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. And please be honest, it's constructive feedback is always very good. So please be honest about what you think about this session.
Well, I'm afraid that these materials are not included on that one the team shared for this week.
Okay.
Probably.
Okay, Machasha, what I'll do is that I will compile it and I will ensure that you get it by today or by Monday, before your workshop, the training program gets over. I will ensure that you get it. Yeah. Does that help?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ernesto. That was very nice. That was a nice feedback that you gave. And yes, Machacha, I'll take care of that. I think, yes, probably not. Maybe a lapse from my side. I will ensure that you get all the material that is there, right? Okay, now before we get into the frameworks that are there, which are imperative for marketing in the digital economy, just a quick question to all of you. If we want to be marketers and successful marketers in the new economy, as marketers, what skills do we need? What do you think? What are the skills you think we need as marketers?
I think the most important is communication.
Mhm.
Communication with customers.
Yes, communication. And how do we communicate with the customers? And what is the means of communicating with the customers?
Communicate about the product, convince them to buy the product.
Yeah, but how would you communicate? What is the medium that you use to communicate with the customers?
Maybe there is face-to-face.
Yes, of course. Social media. Yes.
Yes, media. Yes.
Social media is very, very important, right? That is one way we need to learn. So if we need to leverage social media, if we need to use social media, and if we have to use, and we have to, there is no other choice. We don't have the choice, right? We have to use social media. We must learn to use it effectively and efficiently, right? And for that, we need to understand how to leverage social media for our own profitability, right? So the next section where Dr. Deepa Kapoor, my colleague, will be taking, and she'll be discussing, and that session will be equally interesting, if not more than my session, probably much more interesting than my session, would be how do you market, use digital media for marketing, how do you use Facebook, how do you use Instagram. I always find her sessions very riveting, and these sessions are very, very good. So I'm sure you will enjoy a lot more in that session. So I'm just giving you a sneak peek into what you can expect in the next session. So it's all about how can you use digital media, what are the tools that you need to use while using digital media so that you are able to effectively leverage it for the success of your business. Now, if you see companies, they need to really leverage. Now, we spoke about, we are talking about customer connectivity and customer advocacy. Very, very important today. So now these are the two important tools that are in the hands of marketers. The marketers need to leverage the power of customer connectivity and the power of customer advocacy, because this is how it will help them in making their brand successful. So because the ultimate goal of all marketers is to delight the customers and convert them into loyal advocates. Now, the meaning of loyalty has also changed. I will discuss that with you once we go ahead forward, and you will know eventually what is loyalty. Let me just show you. Let me move the screen. Sorry. Okay, so when we are talking, so when we are talking about marketing to the new world as it exists today, the first thing that we look at is what is the new customer path. Earlier, how did people buy, right? In the past, how did marketers reach out to the customers? Or what is the customer path from not knowing about the product to knowing about the product and then buying? That is called the customer path, right? The customer path is, I don't know about the product, so it's a new product. Let's say a new product has been launched. So what does the marketer do? The marketer will then devise a customer path where the customer does not have knowledge about the product till the point where the customer buys the product. That is the customer path. Now, what are the touch points in the customer path? Earlier, it was what we known as the 4 A's. Okay, the 4 A's are what we call at 4 A's here. That is awareness, interest, desire, and action. Okay, so where you create awareness about the product, right? Once you create awareness about the product, you kind of create interest for the product, and then create desire, and then action. So desire is you might kind of, now when you create an interest for the product, it's not necessary the customer will buy your product. Please remember, the customer has many more brands to buy from. So if I want to take a flight, I can take Swissair. So Swissair says, look, my airline is very good. I give you a lot of benefits, etc., etc. So it creates an interest in me. So it says, look, when you're flying from point A to point B, I give you these benefits. So it has created an interest inside me, right? But then will I necessarily choose Swissair? So I can choose Lufthansa also. I can choose British Airways also. I can choose Virgin Atlantic also. Why should I choose Swissair over British Airways, over Lufthansa, and over Virgin Atlantic, right? That is where you create a preference for Swissair. right? That is where you create the desire. The desire is creating a preference for that particular brand. You create a preference for the brand, and once you create a preference for the brand, the ultimate thing is buying the brand. That is where it's called action. So instead of calling it the 4 A's, actually it should be this is what is known as the AIDA model, AIDA, AIDA model of which kind of describe the customer path, right? But today I think we don't talk about the AIDA model anymore because it is largely redundant, the AIDA model. We talk of more about the 5 A's. Now, what does the 5 A's include? The new customer path is the 5 A's. The 5 A's is aware. Okay, let me just articulate the 5 A's and then I'll explain the 5 A's to you. First is aware. Then you make the appeal. Okay, ask, where the customer, here the customer moves from being individual to being social, where the customer asks, act, and advocate. So these are the 5 A's. So I'll repeat once again. I have not written it down here. When I share it with you, I don't use too many slides because I prefer to speak rather than put it. But when I'm sending you the slides, what I do is I'll make a comprehensive slide of everything that I've spoken, put everything on the slide so that you have you have a comprehensive study material with you, kind of a thing, so that you can refer back to it whenever you want to. So the 5 A's basically are, you first make the consumers aware. First is aware, appeal, ask, act, and advocate. These are the 5 A's. Now let's understand what is the meaning of all the 5 A's. The first A is, of course, very simple, is where you make the consumers aware about the product. Now, what is your product all about? Do you want to buy the product? Don't you want to buy the product? This is at the aware phase. You are basically, the consumers are essentially exposed to the list of the brands from past experience, and they kind of, they kind of dig into their memory and they find out also, okay, this is a brand, I have purchased something from this brand earlier, I liked it, did not like it, whatever. And they also, they kind of dig up from their memories whatever knowledge, information they remember about that particular brand. That is about the aware. The next level is the appeal brand, where the customer kind of gets attracted to the brand. This is the appeal phase, where a memorable brand will stick on in the minds of the customers. This is where the brand tries to make itself attractive to the customers. There's some kind of, if you have a wow factor, you kind of appeal to the customer using your wow factor. Earlier, what we would probably call the USP, the unique selling proposition. The unique selling proposition no longer exists. It has become redundant today because I come up with a unique selling proposition. It does not take long for my competitor to copy my unique selling proposition, integrate that into the product and sell it. So my product no longer has that unique selling proposition. Most of the times, but if you have something, some kind of a wow factor, this is how you build the bond, the emotional bond with the customer. Some customers respond to brand appeal more than others. If you go back again, the different subcultures we discussed, you'll find the youth are, for example, the youth are usually the first to respond to the wow factor. That is why they are more likely to be early adopters of new products. That's the reason why the youth is considered to be so powerful. Once you appeal, the next is ask. What do you understand by ask, by the way? What is the ask stage? What exactly constitutes the ask stage? Can anybody tell me? What do you think is the ask stage? Yes? Just hazard a guess. It's okay. Even if it's not correct, what difference does it make? It's just us. What do you think? What do you think is the ask stage? Anybody? Camelia?
About ask?
Yes. What is the ask stage? What do you think is included in the ask stage?
I think ask about needs.
To the customer, or the customer asking somebody else?
To the customers.
That's the appeal stage. That the appeal stage where asking. So we discussed, remember, that asking the customer what he wants. That today we have moved from just blindly manufacturing, producing a product, to co-creating, right? So the co-creation is the ask stage, from where the customer asks the consumer what he wants, right? This ask stage is more horizontal. Anybody else would like to hazard a guess? But yes, you are correct, because that is the co-creation stage.
Okay.
Yes, anybody else? Machacha, Marcelino, let me see a few names here. Nguyen or Kenyu, Sydney, Celso. I don't know if I'm pronouncing you right. I hope I am. Or anybody, if you want to kind of put it in the chat also, I'm happy if you put it in the chat. Fausto, Nadia. No, what is the ask stage? You know, when you appeal, when you make the customers aware about the product and you appeal to their senses with some kind of a wow factor, let's say, or otherwise also something interesting fact, you appeal to them somehow. You know, basically, when you appeal to them, you spike their interest in somehow or the other. Because their interest has been spiked, you'll find that customers usually follow up their, their spiked interest by reaching out, by researching the brand. And to research the brand, they reach out to their friends, their family, to the media, and sometimes directly they go to the website of the brands to find out much more. This is the ask stage. Ask stage is where the customers, they actually ask to find out more about the brand. They research about the brand. This is the ask stage. Yeah.
And may I?
Yes, please, Noel.
Yes, I'm not, my background is not such kind of business matter. But after listening your presentation, talking about acting, sometimes the investor or the seller, they should ask themselves sometime.
Okay.
Because we need to know about the customer or client's review. And also sometimes we need to ask ourselves, because sorry, sometimes we are trying to ask other comment and review, and we can collect their recommendation.
Yes, of course.
But sometimes the important thing is we forgot to ask by ourselves. So I think asking other is important in the business, and also asking ourselves is very important to get success in a business.
Exactly. I agree with you so much on this, man, because it's, of course, as I said, asking others is important, but you also need to ask ourselves, do I really need the product? And here I'll raise a very pertinent point. Again, this is not necessarily connected to digital, but this is connected to marketing in the modern world and consuming in the modern world. And this is something which you raised a very pertinent point here. And that's why I'm diverging a little bit. Yes, ask yourself, do we really need it? I mean, we are living in a world which is slowly moving towards a high level of environmental degradation, and caused essentially by our overconsumption. So we need to ask ourselves, do we really need to buy the product? Is it going to make our lives better by buying the product? Is it going to fulfill a major need inside us? That we need to buy the product. So yes, you raised a very pertinent point. We need to ask ourselves as to, do we really need the product? And then consume responsibly and sustainably. Very, very important. Sometime in the future, if we have another training workshop on sustainable development, consumption, sustainable marketing, maybe I'll be happy to take it up, because I do a lot of research in that area, and I'm quite alarmed by the fact that, and I include myself in that list of people who are degrading the environment, that we do not consume responsibly and sustainably. There's profligate consumption by each one of us, and which leads to unnecessary load on the environment. So we need to ask ourselves that, do we really need to buy the product? Did you mean that in that context?
Yes, ma'am. Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much for raising it, and it is very, very interesting perspective that you kind of you brought forth, which would have probably got lost if you had not said it. I would not have alluded to it. I would not have spoken about it otherwise. I would not have brought it into the discussion otherwise. Okay, so the ask is basically, you ask other people also as to, you know, is it a good product, bad product, what do you think about it? But the ask is today complicated because there is an integration of digital as well as physical. There's online, offline worlds. So the ask is a little more complicated today. It's not as simple as just going online and asking, you know, because when the customers browse through products in store, you know, that is offline, they might also search for information on the mobiles at the same time. You know, many times I have seen people, they go to the store, check out the products in the store, you know, especially garments. If they're buying apparels, they will try it out. You know, they will see if the size is fitting them or not, and then they'll come back and buy it. I also do it, and they'll come back and buy it. So this also happens. This is becoming a trend, a phenomenon these days, where you go check it out in the stores and then come and buy it online, because many a times, the online prices are lower, in fact, much lower than what is available in store. So that's how it was, the ask stage. So at the ask stage, you find that the customers, the path changes from being purely individual to being social now. Earlier, till from the awareness and the appeal was essentially just the customer involved. It's at the ask stage, the customer everybody else also gets involved in the process. So that is the more social stage. Now, if they find that they like the product, they like the information appeals to them, then they move forward from the ask stage to the act stage. They will probably buy the product. They will purchase the particular brand, and they will you know, then they will buy the brand. That's the action stage, the act stage. Sorry. It's at this stage that the brands, the ask stage, at the act stage, the brands need to engage customers, and they need to make sure that the total ownership and usage experience has been positive for the customers, and not only positive but memorable, because it's only if the usage the ownership and the usage experience has been positive and memorable will the customers come back for a repeat purchase. Okay. If at this point of time the customers have complaints, then the brands need to pay attention and make sure that they provide the customer with a reasonable solution, so that the customer goes back satisfied, happy, and wants to come back again for a repeat purchase. Now, the last stage is the advocate stage. What do you think is the advocate stage, by the way?
Jesus.
What do you think is the advocate stage? Anybody, please? What do you think is the advocate stage? Nobody? What do you do when you like a brand very much, and when you're very happy with the brand, and you have purchased something for the first time and you really like it? It has exceeded all your expectations, and you are not only satisfied, you are delighted, and you're very happy with your purchase. What do you do after that?
I will recommend the product for the others.
Yes.
Recommend strongly to others.
Yes. So when you recommend strongly to others, what you are doing is you are advocating the brand. You become a brand advocate, and that is what the marketers look for. You know, over time, what happens, as you rightly said, you know, customers develop a strong sense of loyalty to the brand, and because they develop a strong sense of loyalty, they continue buying the brand. It leads to repurchase, it leads to retention, and ultimately it leads to advocating that brand. You kind of talk about the brand, you advocate. If somebody says, I want to buy brand B, you said, why do you want to buy brand B? Don't buy brand A. I have been immensely satisfied with brand A, and I found it very, very good. So this is the advocate stage. Generally, advocates, you know, brand advocates, they advocate spontaneously, and eventually over a period of time they become brand evangelists. I did speak about brand evangelism in the last session, right? So that is now, having said that, these stages that we spoke about, the 5 stages, the 5 A's, as aware, appeal, act, aware, appeal, ask, act, and advocate. They're not always linear. They're not always a straight line. It's not always straightforward. Sometimes it goes in a spiral form, and also back and forth. It can go back and forth, similar to how women make purchases, right? Sometimes because there is, we did discuss that attention span is very low. So what happens is that because attention span is low, the customers might skip a certain, or because of paucity of time, customers might skip a certain path, one particular phase along the customer path. So if you have, maybe the customer might be aware of the brand, but even after he's aware of the brand, he may not find, he might skip the appeal stage. That is at the stage where he becomes attracted to the brand. He just might go straight forward to the ask stage. It's okay. I mean, you found the brand interesting, something, you find the brand, okay, sometimes what happens, I need something, right? And that advertisement comes in, I am exposed to that advertisement. I'm made aware about that particular service or product, and I need it. So I will probably not, I will not wait for the attractive appeal stage. I will probably move forward straight to the ask stage, where I will research the brand, find out more about the brand, because I need the brand. I need to know more about the brand, right? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Yeah. So it means the customer will skip appeal and he will go directly from aware to ask. On the other hand, it's also possible that customers might just skip the ask stage. They like the brand, they become aware of the brand, they like the brand, they are attracted to the brand, and they straight away they might go to the, and they said, oh, okay, I don't need to ask anybody else. I know I like the brand. Why should I seek anybody else's opinion? Let me go straight to the act stage and I will just go buy the brand. So the point is that it is not necessarily a straight line. It might go back and forth, or it might just skip a one stage. So it can take a different direction sometimes, right? Now, one more thing which you must remember here is that, okay, let me give an example. There's a new car which has been launched, let's say by Bentley. Bentley is a very expensive car. I can't afford a Bentley, by the way, right? It has been launched by Bentley, and new Bentley car is on the roads, and I like it very much. And because I like cars, I'll ask a few people about the cars. I say, okay, how's the car? What do you think about the car? And many people tell me about the car, etc. Fine, fair enough, right? Do I buy the car? Of course not. I can't afford the Bentley, right? But I have learned enough about the Bentley. I have been interested in the car. What is stopping me from saying good things about the car? I can, even if I have not driven the car, I may have knowledge about the car, and I can still speak good things about the car because I like the car, right? So I skip the act stage altogether. It's not necessary nowadays that the customer necessarily has to buy the product to become an advocate. I can be an advocate without buying the product also, right? So that's what I'm trying to say, is that it is not necessary that you need to always, for a customer advocate, it is not necessary that you have to always buy the brand and use the brand to be a customer advocate. You can still be an advocate without buying the brand. That's why you find that many marketers reach out to the youths. The youths may not always buy. Youths are just starting out on the career. Many of them may not have that money unless they come from very well-off backgrounds. They may not have the money to buy a Mercedes or the BMW, but the marketers reach out to the youth because they are an influential segment, right? They are the ones who, if convinced, who if appealed to, or if they find the product attractive, they will become your strongest brand advocates and even become brand evangelists in the days to come. So that's why so we must take all these things into consideration. It is not just a yes or no, or do this or that. It does not work like that, right? The second part, the second thing that we need to consider, okay, we are running a little short of time. Very quickly, I will say is that the O3 zone. The O3 zone is we call, how do we drive from awareness to advocacy? Who do we use? Which are the influences we use to drive from awareness to advocacy? The 3 O's are basically our own, other, and outer. These are the three O's that we take use of to drive from awareness to advocacy. Awareness, others' influence comes from the external environment. Own influence is my own influence, right? The outer influence comes from the external sources, right? Which are the external sources? It is purposely. So this would probably include other customer interfaces like the Salesforce
customer service staff. These are the people who are the other outer influences, right? Outer influence is, if you look at the brand, outer influence is still manageable. You can control outer influence, it is still manageable. But what are the others influence? That is totally from the external environment. That is what we call as the word of mouth. Word of mouth is very, very difficult, right? So you can control your own. So when you talk of awareness to advocacy, your own is, what is my brand all about? Who am I? I am the brand, right? I will control, I will ensure that I give you the best possible product. Okay, it's only when I give you the best possible product that I can move the customer from awareness to advocacy. My own, that is. When we talk of the outer is, who else is supporting my brand? It's my salespeople, my customer service people, my retailers, my dealers, people who sell. If they talk good about my brand, if they ensure that the customer service required of this brand is given as and when required to the customers always be happy. So customer service also plays, the sales staff, the customer service staff, they play a very, very important role in ensuring that your brand is liked, that your brand is advocated in the future. So these two are controllable. So the first one is totally controllable by the firm. The second one is to a large extent very controllable. You keep your staff happy, you keep your sales staff happy, you keep your customer service staff happy, you keep your retailers, your dealers, your wholesalers happy, right? They will ensure that they move your brand from awareness to advocacy. The third one is others. Others is what we call as your word of mouth. Others is everybody else, the external environment. This is a totally uncontrollable field for you. You don't know. So the only way you can control this field is when you are true to your brand, when you're true to your DNA, when you're true to your brand's character. It's only then that you will be able to appeal to others and move them from a path of awareness to advocacy. Is that clear? Any other questions till now? Any questions? Okay. Nothing? Not at all? Can we have some questions now so that, yes, please.
No questions. It's clear.
It's clear totally?
Yes. Thank you.
Would anybody like to share anything? Would anybody interested in sharing anything? Okay. Very quickly, this I will articulate this. I don't have much time. This will require some time, but I will articulate this and I will put it across to you, because see, marketing productivity is something very, very important. Earlier, probably marketing is to spend, and so I'm sure if any of you from any organizations, you will realize that marketing and finance have always been in a tussle, because marketing wants to spend and finance does not ask accountability of what you have spent. Right? And marketing never wanted to be accountable for what it spent. But today it has changed. Now we are talking more in terms of marketing productivity, where marketing is all about, what do you get for what you spent? That is marketing productivity. You have to be very, very careful about, is it giving you the returns that you send? And that is why we talk about, we have introduced to measure marketing productivity, there are two metrics that have been included, and that is, one is the purchase action ratio, and the second one is the brand advocacy ratio. So you use the purchase action ratio and the brand advocacy ratio, which kind of will give you an idea, right? The purchase action ratio is about, what is the percentage of people who are actually buying your product, and brand advocacy is that, again, the percentage of the customers of your target audience who are actually advocating your brand. So this will probably, once you have a very high PAR and a very high, see, both are equally important. People buying your brand, people advocating your brand. You cannot say one is more important than the other. In my opinion, both are equally important. So if you have to measure that, and you have to have a definite way of measuring the purchase action ratio and the brand. I'll send you the formula for purchase action ratio. Let me just read it out to you. The purchase action ratio measures how good companies convert the people who are aware of them into purchase actions. Of course, the formula goes like this. Purchase action is purchase action over spontaneous awareness. Now you have to find a way of measuring purchase action, how many people have actually bought and how many people have spontaneous, out of the people who have bought, how many have, how many have spontaneous awareness, and how many, those who have spontaneous awareness, how many of them have actually bought your product. So that is purchase action ratio, whereas brand advocacy ratio is spontaneous advocacy over spontaneous awareness. So your spontaneous awareness is basically people who know about your product, who are aware about your product, right? So in other words, you would say, you will take your denominator is people who are aware about the product, right? And your numerator is, in the case of purchase action ratio, your numerator is people who actually buy the product, purchase action, and in the brand action ratio, it would be people who are actually spontaneously they advocate your brand. So that is what. So your denominator is people who are aware about your brand. So these two are not many companies, most of them, like if you look at Unilever, if you look at Procter & Gamble, if you look at Colgate-Palmolive, all of them have very strong PR and BR, and they're constantly monitoring because marketing productivity is here to stay. You have to be accountable for what you spend. And this is how you measure your accountability by having PAR and by measuring your PAR and your BAR. And of course, it goes without saying is how do you improve PAR and BR is one is that you increase attraction, obviously, optimize curiosity, increase the commitment to your brand, increase affinity of your brand. These are, of course, that goes without saying. But yes, what I'm trying to say is that these two are very, very important metrics, and there's something earlier, the metrics were very different. It was all about sales and profits and stuff. But today, I think metrics, we don't take it in a short-term perspective. Measuring purchase action ratio and brand advocacy ratio, something which is more long-term and strategic, because it's a well-known fact that any kind of communication cannot be measured essentially only in the short term. It has more a long-term perspective. So that is why when we are measuring, when we are taking the marketing productivity metrics, they have to be measured in the long term. Right. So I think that's it for now. You also need a break. We will break for now, but yes, before that, anything else you would like to know? If you want another session, if you see we can squeeze another session, we can always have another session. I don't mind. Where I wanted to speak of some best practices, which we don't have time to do today. But yes, if you do have another session, I don't mind taking another session, but we have to see how your session is planned. And of course, if you're interested in it, I'm very happy to take another session, not a problem at all. And if you want, I will put in my email ID here in the chat box. Yeah, I'll just, yeah, so let me just put my email ID in the chat box. You can reach out to me, and in the meantime, anything else if you want me to do, I will definitely put it in the inbox. Where is okay, let me see, where is yeah, let me just put my email ID here.
Yeah, it's in more. And my name is Sujata. You can call me Sujata. Okay. Yeah. So my name is Sujata. You would have seen that it was there in my thing, and this is my email ID. Please feel free to reach out to me. I'm on LinkedIn also. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn. All of us are, I think. And if you want to know anything more, if you want me to include anything more, please let me know. If you want me to have another session, I don't know. Pallavi and Geeta are coordinating the session. They would have better knowledge. If they tell me that you can take a session, I will take. I'm totally at their beck and call. So if they tell me, I'll take another session. And if you want, of course, then we can have another session also, right? Anything else? Let's have a few comments. Let me hear some of you at least. Let's have a few comments from some of you.
Yes, well, first of all, I would like to say thank you very much. For me, honestly, I am a teacher, so this marketing fee is not, how to say, not very new for me, but your presentation is very clear, very interesting, and very informative. So now we know the marketing and the relation. So thank you very much. Now I would like to start my business.
No, that's very nice. Thank you so much, Noemi, for your endorsement. And I'm so happy that you enjoyed the session. The whole idea is that you must enjoy. It should not look like, it should not feel like a class to you. You should enjoy what you are doing. So thank you.
I have a lot of knowledge and I would like to start my business.
And you must. And I'm sure the next session will give you even more interesting insights. And then digital marketing is, that's a very practical session again, where you learn how to actually use social media, Instagram, Facebook, social media sites like Instagram, Facebook to leverage your business. So that would be another interesting session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noemi. And anybody else? Camilla, Fausto.
Thank you.
Thank you, teacher.
Okay, you can call me Sujata, please. I think, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sujata ma'am, for this wonderful session.
So active, so that is why we don't have any chance to sleepy.
Thank you so much, Camelia.
Thanks, Camelia. Thanks so much. And
Thanks.
please stay in touch.
I want to thank you, Mrs. for to underline the power of youth, women, especially women, and netizens, the power of 3 pillars. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm indeed very humbled by your endorsement, and please reach out to me. Please keep in touch with me. That's how we build relationships, and we are connected, as we have already discussed. So please use that power of connection to stay connected and keep in touch. Thank you so much. Okay, bye-bye, and I hope to see you.
Bye. Thank you so much, Sujata ma'am, for the wonderful session, and I hope so the participants enjoyed it too. I am from the field of HRM, but I thoroughly enjoyed the session. So thank you so much, Radha ma'am, for the wonderful insights provided to the participant. And we would be taking a 30 minutes break, and after the break, Dr. Deepa Kapoor will be joining us, and she'll be continuing the impact of digital marketing in the area of marketing. So at 2:30, we will be resuming. So 2:30 IST, we will be resuming. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, it's already 2:32, so I guess we can start, ma'am. Right, so welcome you all participants for another session of this program, Digital Leadership Program. And Dr. Deepa will be taking this session on analytics, this marketing. Okay, so let me introduce Dr. Deepa Kapoor with you all. She is an associate professor at MIT School of Business, and she's PhD from University of Business School, Punjab University, Chandigarh. She has been working for more than 15 years in academics field and in the area of advertising, management, public relations, marketing research, and digital marketing. Her research interests are in the area of advertising, service marketing, digital marketing, and consumer behavior. She has been instrumental in conducting workshops on digital marketing for national and international participants. She has co-edited 2 books, and her research papers have been published in reputed B and C category international journals. And she is also actively involved in various institutional building activities like program review, outcome assessment committee, and study abroad program. I welcome you, ma'am, and the session is over to you.
Thank you, Vidhi ma'am. Thank you for a lovely introduction. Thank you. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I hope maybe somewhere it might be good morning, right? So I hope you already threw your breakfast or lunch or brunch, whatever, like at your own locations. Fine, so maybe it's very small. I would say I'm just meeting for 1.5 hours with you people, one session. So it will be very difficult to maybe remember your names, but it would be great if those who can maybe switch on their cameras. I can see few have already switched on. Maybe, sorry if I am not able to, I can see Ni. This is how I should be pronouncing it, Ni or New, right? Maybe Ni is fine. I'm fine. Okay, great. And then I have you here, fine. So maybe I'm okay, right, with the pronunciation. not, I apologize for the same. Okay, but I can see I have other participants also. Sue has also already there, right? I have Felice, Berto, great. People who have switched on. I can see Marcus is here. Antonio is here. Fine. Those who have switched on the camera. Great. Fine. I hope your sessions have been going good. In the morning, you already had a session with Dr. Sujata Khandai, and it was all related to basics of marketing and how technology is changing overall your marketing perspective. Is my screen visible, everyone? My slides are visible?
No, ma'am.
Not yet.
Okay, sorry. Let me just do it. It was sharing. I shared it first.
Yes, it is now
It
visible.
is?
Yeah.
Let me just. Fine. I hope it's visible now. Great. Maksuji, can you just help me zoom में अगर मुझे pictures I want up rather than it's coming on my side on screen, maybe I will. No, it's fine. Okay, so what's the agenda for this session, right? So next 90 minutes, what we'll be discussing. You already had an overview of what is marketing or maybe how technology is changing the marketing. So what I have planned for within this 90 minutes, fine. So we'll be focusing more on how somehow the digital adoption has changed throughout maybe globally, right? Respectively, we'll see from your country's perspective also. Why digital marketing, right? So why has become so important and what are the various benefits of using digital marketing and why leaders have to be so active as far as the application of digital marketing or implementation of your digital marketing is concerned in their organizations. Digital marketing components, just in brief touch, we'll try to do, and what is being expected from a marketing leader in this digital era, right? So we'll try to make it as interactive as possible because when it comes to marketing, definitely I would like to hear from you people also what maybe brands are doing in your countries. Fine. So definitely I will be taking a few cases and few examples here, but we'll be open to discussion, right? You can all share what is happening in your respective countries as far as marketing aspect of these brands is concerned. Fine. So what I'm doing is I'm starting with the very basic poll, just trying to understand how active you people are online. So Maksoodji, एक poll मैंने आपको दिया था. Maybe if you can just show that poll to everyone.
Question one.
I'm just putting on a poll, right? Just give me a quick response to it.
Question one, ma'am.
Question one पहले, then second and then third. Okay. फिर पहले first we will see answers. Okay. Just put in a first poll. Maybe whatever, like when I'm saying online, so it can be music, it can be watching OTT, it can be social media, it can be gaming, whatever you are doing, right? But you are online, maybe on a work purpose also. When we are saying online, so we are online right now, okay? So let me just understand, okay, only 7 participants, come on, I can see here 26 participants are there. I'd like everyone to get up and participate. We can have a good sample then. I think few are still in a waiting room. I think George is trying to enter. Come on. I can see 11 have answered. Maksoodji, let's open it just for 1 minute. Come on, seconds are going. I want more participants. Come on. This is not a maybe difficult question to answer. And you on how much time you are spending online. No issues.
Ma'am, can I end the poll and start second one?
Let's see, maybe a few people are just joining. I can see, yeah, still people are answering. Be very quick with the poll because I have 4-5 polls for you people, so we will not take too much of a time. So it will be 1 minute only. Okay, fine. I think Maksoodji, we can end. Next time, just keep for 1 minute, right? Okay, let's see what are the responses. You people can see responses at your end. Are they visible at your end or not? Can you see the results, everyone? No? Okay, let me just share the results here. Fine. So the results which I have received is less than 2 hours. I see 14% of people. So 2 out of 14. So let me tell you the sample is 14 people have responded. 2 to 4 hours, 36%. 4 to 6 hours, again 36%. So 5 equally. And more than 6 hours is 14%. Okay, the 2 people are spending more than 6 hours. Good. So next poll, let's go through the poll and then we can have a discussion over it, right? Next poll for everyone. Maqsood ji, next poll kar dijiye inke liye. Okay, which activity you're spending a maximum time being online, right? So maybe entertainment, music, maybe you're talking social media, reading news. And like, come on, okay, no one is reading news, huh? So come on, everyone, only 5 participants. Thinking, huh? Thinking too much. It's okay, don't worry, like, that's how we have to be on digitally, right? We have to be what we are. Don't have to hide anything. Okay, 9 people, come on. What about raised? In the first question, I had 14 people responding. Come on, everyone. Almost, I can see more than 20 participants here. Okay, so I think 13 have responded again, 14 have responded. I think they are the most active in this group right now. Fine, Maqsood ji, you can end, I think so. 15 now have participated, great. But next time, please, all of you be very, very active with your poll. Okay, so online, on which activity you spend maximum time, just to share with you people, it says entertainment, 13%, social media, 47%, reading news, 1% is saying, okay, 7%. So that comes up, but as per sample. Official purposes, yeah, good, 33%. Most of us, like after COVID, definitely, we are moving online, all these Zoom meetings or MS Team, whatever platform we are using, and all activities are more online. Okay, great. So here I pick up more like official is the highest one. No, sorry, social media is the highest one. And then is your official purpose, right? Okay, great. Last, third one, Maqsood ji, last kariye ek bari. Third poll. Which is your preferred mode of browsing online, right? So you all can share here. I think this is the most easiest, like how you are, okay, someone tab, iPads, like okay, or I can have. Okay, I think 12 have already responded. Let's see, maybe 1 or 2 more coming up. What about others? Come on, I can see a lot of participants. I think they had a good lunch or breakfast. Huh? They're still thinking. Nadia, Sydney, I can see. Come on, everyone. Okay, fine. I think you can end, Maqsood ji. I think around 14 or 15 are only participating. Let's not wait. Okay, so which is your preferred mode of browsing online? Maybe it says mobile phone, 43%, but yes, 7 of you are responding. So almost 6 have said mobile phone and 7 are saying here laptop or desktop, and definitely 1 has responded more of an, he must be more of an tab and iPad person. Okay, great. Okay, I think we have this. Let me just close this. Fine. So just picked a few questions for you people. Okay, how you are, how much time you are spending online. Fine. So on an average, we are saying here 2 to maybe more than 2, everyone, 4 to 6 also. Then we have people more than 6 hours also spending time, right? Then we have been talking about how much, like what you are doing, what are the activities on which you are involved when being online. Mostly you are saying maybe it's more of an social media, right? Okay. And so these specific figures, like if I just put your sample vis-a-vis what globally people are doing, as far as the digital is concerned, those figures are very important for us to understand why there is so much of an hype and why all brands are talking nowadays just about digital marketing, how budgets are moving towards digital platforms only. You are doing this complete program which talks about a digital transformation and focusing just on your digital marketing, right? If you just go by, these are the figures which I'm showing you. These are by the agency Hootsuite, fine. So they do survey every year. They came up with in fact, number of times they conduct this kind of a survey and they come up with the figures. Yes, it may not be an exact figures because yes, they exclude certain countries. We all know, okay, from few countries we are not able to get data also, right? But they have a good data which they all every year share. If you just go by it, it says almost 7.9 billion people, right? That's a population which is digitally they are active. Unique mobile phone users, these figures are as per October 2022. We have 5.48 billion people, that's almost 69% of your population, which is unique mobile phone users. Very important, right? Okay, because mobile phone again has changed the way we are using the data and the reason why we are talking about so much of a digital marketing. It gives access to your brands 24/7, right? Okay, if we as and maybe when I'm on mobile phone, I'm available 24/7. Let's understand. Okay, even maybe I do not know how many of you do it, but whenever I'm getting up at the night also in the morning also, the first thing we see is our phone. Okay, agree or not? Fine. I can see few faces. Okay, agree. So why not? Like, okay, mobile phones are so maybe handy, right? So it has given a good platform for a marketer also to reach to them, right? Internet users, yes, 64%. Active social media users, again, a very important figure to be noted is almost 59% of your population using either of your social media platforms, right? Okay. Moving ahead, if we just see the different countries, maybe the font might be quite less. Let's see the internet adoption. If we just see as a percentage of total population here, right? India, I will like to focus on India. Okay, it's 47%. We have quite a less right now as a percentage of adoption is concerned. Highest being your Denmark, then you have Ireland, Saudi Arabia, UAE, UK. Again, a very relevant figures to be noted for a marketer also, in which country you are, where maybe when we talk today's word, fine. So everyone we talk about MNCs, fine. I have to expand globally. I am present in different countries. So before doing my marketing, right, I need to understand, okay, in which country I am and what's the penetration of internet there in those countries. Then only I can go for your digital marketing, right? So a lot of, if you just see, rather than if you just see unconnected population, fine, again, and very, yes, we are talking about digital marketing, but huge population, if you just say, still unconnected with your internet. If you just pick up left-hand side, if you just see, go by absolute figures, fine. So largest unconnected population, India is almost 53%, still remains unconnected. But if you just seeing the India population, I would say we are not that bad, fine. As I said, maybe you all know, we have reached #1 in terms of population recently. Fine, okay, outpassing the China. So seeing that, okay, not a bad figure, but still there are countries like Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nigeria, a lot to be done. Ethiopia, quite less. Fine, largest, maybe 78, 82% of population still unconnected with your internet, right? So these countries still working on, okay, on their internet connections and all, right? I think this is what you were saying, on an average, what time you are spending on an internet. South Africa somehow is, if you just say, almost more than 10 hours. Fine. This is a country where people are spending more than 10 hours on their internet. Brazil, 9 on an average. If I just go by India, fine, we are spending almost 6.5 hours, fine, daily on internet. Now, if on an average, fine, you people, me, okay, everyone is spending almost our daily life, maybe 4 hours, 6 hours. Okay, obviously, maybe 8-9 hours I am sleeping, maybe then I am maybe somewhere working also, but then still, okay, including 6 to 7 hours on an average, we are online, we are using internet. that makes it more important, relevant for your brands to be present and use this internet technology to reach out to the customers, fine? Okay. Now, daily time spent with the media, I think again, very relevant, what we are doing when we are online, right? So if we are saying time spent using the internet, okay, it's almost 6 hours, 37 minutes, fine, on an average, that's a figure which is coming. Time spending watching television, any kind of a television, which is almost 3 hours, 25 minutes. Social media on an average, people are spending 2 hours, 28 minutes, but yes, it's changing, it's increasing. That means people who are using social media, fine, there's a lot of increase here, right? Online physical print, time spending media, right? It's almost 2 hours, 9 minutes, fine. Then yes, new gadgets are coming. Like we need to understand when we are talking about maybe gaming consoles, fine, okay, maybe you are listening to music, you are going on Spotify, right? Okay, the different, maybe whatever music streams you have at your places, right? So we are spending good time on listening to podcasts. This is something which is coming up, right? Radio is almost 1 hour, right? Time spending listening to music streaming services. It's almost like if you just say 1 hour, 37 minutes. So these figures are very relevant to understand that globally how people are spending time online, right? So I've just planned just a 5 minutes, just 5 minutes activity, right? All of you just take out maybe for your country, find these 4 things. Just let me know. Whatever you are able to get easily, it's okay. Let's share it. Fine. Otherwise, we can skip it. But let me tell you, go to Google and you will be able to find it for your country. Where maybe as in country, what's your percentage of population right now using internet? What's your mobile connectivity in your country? Number of social media users in your country and average time people are spending on your country. Don't worry if you're not able to get any specific question answer. It's okay. You can skip it, but I'm sure you will be able to get it. So just 5 minutes. We're just taking 5 minutes. Everyone go on Google for your respective countries. Just see where do you stand. I hope you all are searching. Fatima is here. I can see New is already there. Ernesto is here. Camila is here. Sydney is here. Nadia is here. And
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I'm just trying to just wake few people who are not there. So come on, everyone.
I post on chat box.
Okay, 3 minutes, let everyone be ready and then we will be sharing here. I'll be sharing with everyone. Okay, I have been receiving few here answers. Let me just check. Ernesto is talking Mozambique. Okay, let's just write here. I'll be writing here from Mozambique. I have received. Felisberto has shared for which country? Country is not mentioned. Let me just check. Okay, I can see New is talking about Myanmar. Okay, fine. Rasina is talking for my country. You can always tell the name also because I'm not, I just met. I'm not sure about your countries. No issues. Good in the capital, but not so good elsewhere. Yeah, that can be an issue anywhere, Felisberto. It's like India also, when I'm talking about the huge population still unconnected, fine. So it's mostly yes, lot of rural areas and villages, fine, still unconnected, far off. But yes, it's improving. I hope your countries, governments are also doing a lot as far as the digitalization is concerned. It happens everywhere. The main cities are good, but yes, there is 1 to 18%. Okay, I think a lot of answers I am getting. So what we can do is I've just made this particular chart here. I was not sure about the countries participants we have. I had taken written here the few I had an idea. But yes, then no issues. We can always include the country's name which are not mentioned here. Right. So if I just go with Mozambique, so Mozambique, what's an internet user percentage? For Mozambique, what's an internet user percentage? Sorry, someone's mic is on. Someone just left the mic on. Just hold on. Maksoodji, देखेंगे एक बारी. Maksoodji, just check.
Yes, ma'am.
No? It's okay. It happens. That's online, right? Okay, someone might have missed the mic. Okay, fine. So let's start with Mozambique. Okay, what's the percentage here? It's Mozambique, 25%. It's related to mobile internet. Tessina, what you have written here. Maybe someone can just switch on the mic and just tell me for Mozambique. Anyone? No one would like to say, come on. Just switch on your mic. Fatima is saying is 23%. So Fatima is this 23%, maybe exactly.
Yeah, the official number is around 23.
Okay, this is for internet users, 23% internet penetration you are talking about.
Yeah, even though I don't buy it, but yeah.
Okay.
The official number is around 23.
Okay. So it is something like, sorry for the handwriting, it says approximately 23%. Fine. What about countries? I could see here, maybe Myanmar was there. Yes. Okay. I have to change my position to write this. What was the situation in Myanmar? What's the percentage? Yes, what can happen is the different agencies, the data can differ, no issues. It will definitely happen. Maybe when you are searching, few sites might give you here and there, fine, depending upon the kind of survey or maybe at what date it was done, at what time it was done, fine. So there can be a little bit of variations, no issues, fine. Okay, so for Tunisia, it says 70%. So Camilla, it's like 70% is question 1 for internet users. That's a very good number, I would say. So let me just, yeah. Tunisia is 70%, right? Okay. Myanmar, it's almost someone has shared with me. But it's quite a difference. Fine, I can see someone writing Mozambique as 6%, so 23. Okay, quite a variation. Mobile users is 26%. Good one. A few of you have written, but I can't understand. You haven't mentioned the country, right? Okay, so news sets is almost 25.28 million in Myanmar. Okay, so maybe we are not able to get the percentage of people who are connected. Okay, Fatima says almost 13.69 million mobile phones. Fine, so maybe when I'm talking about maybe as compared to population, you can always see the percentage of people who have connected in your countries at this internet. Social media users, I am able to get almost 3.3 million users. Okay. Fine. Great. Okay, maybe a few figures are confusing and you people are not maybe switching on the camera, mics. So it's making me more confused. Okay, but let's see, like if we're just talking about internet users, India I've already shared. It's like we just have 47% internet users here. Fine, 73 is still, 53 is still unconnected. Fine. But as far as your mobile connection is concerned, almost 82% of population is connected through mobile phone in India, right? And if we just talk about users, they are 33% are using social media, and time spent in India almost 7 hours online, right? Almost, right? So you can always see when you are, maybe I do not know your like pattern, who all are into marketing perspective, fine. But yes, if you are considering your organization to go online, to go digital, and you have to focus your budgets more on a digital marketing. So these are the figures first you need to consider, at least where do you stand, buying what's in scope, because unless and until we have a good infrastructure, so when we're talking about digital landscape, right? If we have a good infrastructure in terms of your internet, in terms of your connections, 4G, 5G, whatever we are talking about nowadays, yes, we are moving towards 5G, right? In terms of a mobile connection, in terms of your data, fine. These figures are very relevant when you are deciding to go online, right? So what actually we are doing, if we just go, there's very interesting figures which this organization Domo, right? Which they have been bringing these figures for last 10 years. This is their 10th year of bringing this figure of data usage, which says what we are doing every minute of the day, what is happening online. If you just see here, very interesting figures here, right? What we do every minute, what people are doing. If you just see Instagrams, how many shares are happening? Almost 66K photos every minute. Google, almost 5.9 M searches are happening every minute, right? New thing which has happened, yes, nowadays is crypto, right? So crypto buyers purchase, if we just see again, almost what kind of a currency they are spending every minute. Emails, 231.4 million messages being done. Amazon shoppers are spending $443K every minute on online, right? Then yes, few things. YouTube's almost 500 hours of video users are uploading every minute. Snapchat is very popular among youngsters. I don't know how many of you are using. I'm still not on Snapchat. So maybe I'm getting older, right? So 2.43 million snaps every minute are being shared. Facebook still being more prominent, 1.7 million pieces of context, right? So the figures that needs to be checked, the same organization which has been giving these figures for last 10 years, this was their data 10, fine. So it says data never sleeps, fine. So just see the drastic change from 2013 to where they have given the last figures in 2022. There's a huge change, fine. So whether it was Google user queries, 2 million to 5.9, YouTube almost from 48 million hours of upload to 500 hours. Instagram 3.6K to 66K, Twitter 100K to 347K, Facebook 684 to 1.7 million. And emails, yes, emails not much drastic change, but still, okay, if you just see 204M to 231M, that shows, okay, somehow, yes, there's a lot of alternatives which have come, right? So people are going for it. Email still remains relevant for your official purposes. But that's how the data is working nowadays, right? So that shows the relevance of your digital marketing, right? So if I have to put in a very simple words what now digital marketing is, and it just simply talks about use of any digital channels to market products and services in order to reach to the customers, fine. So maybe whatever maybe the brands are using to reach out to you nowadays, fine. So I hope you all have been doing shopping online. You have been maybe seeing a lot of campaigns from a different brands online, fine. So maybe whatever maybe these brands are used in terms of websites, mobile devices, social media, search engines, and any simple, maybe any similar channels, emails and all, right, on internet to reach out to you, fine. That's how what we call this in digital marketing, right? So now I think the one thing is the figures, that means the digital landscape which we have, which somehow shows why digital, right? Okay. Now, if from your perspective, right, if I ask you people, like how many of you, or maybe in your countries, like how brands are trying to reach you, or how digital marketing is helping you as a customer also, right? Would you like to share something, your experiences, like what is happening in your countries, what brands specifically, anything you would like to share? Any specific thing what brands are doing in your respective countries? Or maybe you can just talk about how maybe technology has changed the way you as a consumer have started making decisions. Anything, anyone would.
Well, the digital market is actually a trend not only in my country but anywhere else in the world. It's the new form of marketing, and so far it seems to be one of the most effective ways of marketing a product or company. So because we are so connected to the digital world today, this kind of marketing affects and it impacts directly in our daily lives. So you can run, but you cannot hide from the digital marketing today.
Very relevant. The last point was definitely you cannot hide, right? So especially the way we have been using this online phone, you cannot hide. Even if you want to hide, they will find you. They are everywhere because see, if you can't hide because we are the ones who are giving them that permissions also, right? So we as a customer, we are so much into like whenever I'm logging in somewhere, where I'm buying somewhere, fine, and I have to submit some information. I have to log in, create a login. What I do is check. Yes. These are the terms and conditions. Yes. Tick. Allow cookies, everything. Allow notifications. We are doing it, and we are just doing okay to everything, right? So yes, we are the ones, fine, who are giving those permissions to these brands to follow me everywhere I go, right? So I can't hide unless and until I am so maybe. I check on, fine, while maybe I have to be very careful whenever I'm maybe logging in somewhere, what kind of permissions we people are giving, right? So very rightly said, yes, we can't hide because somehow we are not ready to hide. We are the ones who are giving them those permissions, right? So one thing, yes, definitely maybe right now one person has said, but all of you maybe, because we all are consumers on a daily basis, maybe if you're on Instagram or on FB, right? So you can share your experiences, what you have faced with the change of digitalization now, right? Okay, moving ahead, when we talk about why digital marketing and why it is important for organizations also, what these organizations can do, or maybe as a marketing leader, why it's important for you that you take your business online. Especially it's no more yes, digital marketing still remains. Fine, we just talk about from an Indian context also, right? We are already saying that, okay, 53% of my population is still unconnected, right? I can't say that, okay, my total marketing has shifted to digital marketing only. No, my budget still remains for traditional marketing, TV, radio, print advertisements, fine, because those are mass media channels that will always remain. But yes, digital marketing has its own very unique benefits, which were never present in the traditional marketing, right? And reason that, okay, it's very important that, okay, as in customers, we are also expecting those things from our brands. And yes, brands also have to be very active in providing those services to the customers, right? Okay, I've just picked a few benefits of your digital marketing, right? And how these brands are actually implementing those aspects, right? What has changed, one thing with the digital is personalization, right? Okay, maybe if I say about our traditional marketing, we all have been to a specific age, maybe only the TV advertisements were there or print advertisements were there. These all advertisements, they were always a one-way kind of an advertisements, and they were always en masse. When I'm saying one way, yes, it was always a communication from a brand to the customers, fine. And second, it was on mass advertisements. Mass in the terms, okay, on TV ad is coming, everyone is watching, my complete family is watching, my neighbors are watching, the complete, maybe wherever who has opened up your TV at that time, they are watching those ads, right? Okay. So it was always, it was never a personalized, it was a mass advertisement, fine. What has changed with the digital and what the brands are doing is they are trying to be more personalized nowadays. Fine. In fact, one research shows that the 91% of the consumers, they are more likely to, maybe they are willing to, maybe I would say engage with any specific business if they are getting personalized offers. Okay, if I just put it on maybe one case here of a Netflix, fine. So Netflix, I think most of us might be watching in your country's own content. They are the masters. They are, I will say, they are the masters of somehow digital marketing. They are never, maybe whenever their latest shows are coming, find something, maybe they are some talk about something, some movement marketing, some memes have to be shared. They are very active, right? And they are the ones who come up with a very simple way of, I would say, personal notification, push notifications, which you get on your mobile phones, fine, or on your laptops when you see, or the emails which they are sending, right? They're very personalized. Okay, whatever content you have watched, what they're doing, they just check on your data, what you have watched in the last, fine, and they will send you those personalized mails, or they will send you some personalized notification, fine. So this is how maybe it has changed. The right one, if I've just picked up one case, which I just, yesterday I received one email from Nykaa. This is a platform which is selling cosmetics, beauty brands, right? Okay, so being their member, one of the platinum members, fine. Just see the email personalization, fine. It's this is how maybe what I'm talking about. Deepa, all these additional offers, platinum within love emoji, right? So what has changed is, and what people are also maybe expecting is this personalization. Fine, when I see here, okay, so by my name, brand is emailing me, fine, and I'm getting a message. So it will definitely, once I will check, okay, what I am getting, right? So personalization is the, I'm already telling you, have to have a good customer retention. Make sure you go personalized, right? Okay, how many of you might have seen this, observed that, okay, yes, again, working on cookies, you put something in cart, right? You just go on any e-commerce website. I hope all of you are doing online shopping, right? Okay, you put something in a cart, right? Maybe Amazon or maybe Flipkart or whatever, maybe e-commerce websites are working in your country, right? You don't buy, maybe you just put in a cart. Do you, whenever you open your social media, fine, or maybe if you have given somewhere the emails, do you start getting some personal notifications for the same brand, same product? Okay, maybe I was just trying to buy some pair of jeans, fine, I've just put it on a cart, 2 or 3 pair, maybe different brands, but I haven't made the final purchase. The next time I go on a social media, fine, and suddenly I'm getting the message for the same brand, same company, right? Okay, same pair of jeans being shown like, okay, 10% off on this particular product, price is slashed, fine. So suddenly what is happening as a customer? Oh, this is the product I was just looking 5 minutes back and they're giving me 10% off, let me buy, right? So personalization, right? And that has become possible with your digital marketing only, right? So that's the key. If you have to engage with the customers, if you have to have a good customer retention as well as a conversion, make sure you give a personalized message to your customers, right? Very, I would say, relevant benefit of your digital marketing, and why should I go with targeting the right audience, right? Okay, let's take in one case of what happens with an offline and online scenario, right? Okay, suppose I represent British Airways, fine. So maybe I'm an airline company by British Airways, right? So what kind of an, suppose they have all those, maybe their billboards on a different location. Suppose if they go with, I would say, traditional marketing, right? So they have the print advertisements, maybe they are advertising on TV, they have their billboards, right? So in that particular scenario, right, when you can just check on those traditional advertisements, your population who could actually watch that specific advertisement was very limited, right? Maybe 10 of you are sitting here, but you don't want to travel. Fine, you are not looking for any airlines, you don't want to travel. But when you were going on a road, you just checked on the billboard of British Airways, fine, is talking about, right? That's it. So your awareness was limited to the people who are not even interested in traveling, fine, who never wanted to travel, fine, and never thinking of traveling in future also, fine. But your ad was being shown to them. Now, change the scenario, right? Okay, suppose any one of you maybe knew, okay, she was just looking for to book a ticket, fine, she was planning to go somewhere and she opened up any specific website, fine, to looking for ticket to travel to India, to Myanmar, right? And suddenly when you were booking that ticket, you could see the ad of British Airways. Okay, don't you think that impact showing the right, maybe ad at the right time to the right audience, it's better, more probability that, okay, they might end up buying from your company, or there's a more awareness because I am the one now, I'm the right audience who is looking to buy for a ticket, right? And at that time, your ad of your brand is displayed, of your airline is displayed, right audience, fine. So that is now again practically possible because of your digital. So digital is the key to target. So it has made that sure that, okay, you are targeting the right audience and right time. And also organization, you have to see. I just picked the one very beautiful case of Tesco here, right? They are the ones, I would say, not now, since 90s, they started with this club card system, fine. So they are very good with their segmentation, fine. Towards, we all know about the loyalty cards, fine. So most of the retailers nowadays come up with these loyalty cards. So Tesco also has it. But when they started also, they had a very different way of doing it. Rather than maybe having in common loyalty cards for everyone, first is they had a club cards for different age segments, fine. For the kids, they had different, fine. For the maybe males different or females different. On the basis of the purchase behavior, what they did was they had a different coupon cards for them, loyalty cards, right? But yes, with digital, what they have done is segmentation remains. I hope you people are clear with the concept of segmentation marketing. That means segment your marketing on different characteristics, fine. So maybe on the basis of age or maybe gender you are talking about, right? So they have been doing good since 90s when they came up with this concept, having a different loyalty card for different people, fine. But with your digitalization, one thing they have also changed it based on the family purchase behavior, fine. So what kind of, and maybe I would say products you have been buying, food products you have been buying, they started sending, one was some recipes, food recipes, fine, as per your buying behavior. Maybe you have gone to a store, you bought a specific products from there, food products. Based on that, your past behavior again, because they have data, they started sending, they are sending the personalized and customized emails to the right people, okay, the right recipes to the people who would be buying adding those products in future also, right? So segmentation is very important. Targeting a right audience is very important, which can be done through your digital marketing. I hope I am not going too fast. If you think somewhere I am being a little bit fast, you all can just let me know, right? I hope we are going good. Fine. Anything here till here? I hope we are going good. And you all can, maybe I will be after we finish it off, I will like to have your maybe experiences with the digital marketing with any brand, okay, which you have seen in the past, right? Okay, moving ahead. Quick response time. Again, with the digital marketing, if we just say what we are expecting, and customer expectations have also changed in how this digital is being used, is response time has become quite quick. Quick. So what was happening before? I had certain issues, suppose with a brand. I was calling them, I was maybe emailing them, they were replying, maybe they were taking their own sweet time, right? They were replying, not replying. It was always a personal communication, fine. So maybe I had a problem with the brand, I was talking to brand, I was calling them, they were responding me. Fine, no one got to know what is happening between me and brand. But with digitalization, specifically with the social media, what has changed is open communication, right? We are more public. I go somewhere, fine, I'm enjoying with my friends at a Starbucks. I click a picture there and share on social media, enjoying with my friends, right? Okay. I'm not happy with the services of a Starbucks, fine. I just go on a social media and write, not at all a good services, fine. So the communication, yes, has become quite fast, right? We are being open. The same way what is happening is the response time which brands have, they also have to be quick. If they are not responding to the customers on time, definitely that will hurt their reputation. And when I'm saying on time, let me tell you, nowadays, some minutes is a high time. Fine. So maybe if it's saying now half an hour here and there, right? And maybe it can hurt your brand image, right? So yes, one thing which has changed on the both ends, yes, we as in customers have also become impatient. Let me tell you one thing. One of the characteristics for digital consumers is we are impatient. Let's understand. We all are. It's not only about me. You people might be, right? We open something. I'm going on a shopping website. I'm not able to buy. Fine, it's not opening. They're taking time, go to cart, then buy. They have a long process. Done. I'm just shifting to some another brand. This is like, I think, happening with most of us. Fine. So one thing is, yes, we as a consumer have also become impatient because of a digitalization. We are expecting a quick response from our brands. Fine. So we just picked up few cases here too. One thing which has changed again with the response time is the chatbots. That's a new technology which most of the brands and the websites are using. I hope you have an idea about chatbots, and maybe sometimes you might have used those chatbots or small, as you open your website, say, hi, hello, I am there. Okay, how I can help you, right? It's yes, use of artificial intelligence, all maybe said and done. But yes, even if those chatbots, they are made in a way that, okay, they are able to answer the frequently asked questions, okay? But still, I'm getting some response. So maybe even at midnight, at a midnight, if I have to find something, I'm just browsing something, I have some query, I can go to a chatbot and I can get some response, fine? So as a human being, I know, okay, someone is listening me, right? Maybe where human intervention is required, these chatbots always say, fine, we will be coming back to you, or maybe in the morning you can come back. But yes, what has changed is you can always use these chatbots, quick response, fine. Nike has been doing, they partnered, if you just see the specific case, I have picked up very relevant and which was quite successful, which helped them was they partnered with the Facebook Messenger here. Rather than on WhatsApp, they partnered within here the Facebook Messenger chatbot platform, right? And where they were talking about deliver some content which within latest Jordan blog, fine? So they were delivering this content, right? So Facebook, whoever were the followers of Nike, they could go on this messenger, could interact with the Jordan bot, find about the latest releases, and they could even customize the time when they're receiving these notifications, right? On the left-hand side, this specific case I have picked up here. If you just see, I hope this specific chat here, right? Now, one more thing which has changed and why we are talking about a quick response is we are now more open to the social media. Someone leaving an iPad on a flight, right? Going directly to Twitter and writing at KLM, hi, I left my iPad on the 9:20 a.m. flight from Bristol to Amsterdam today at 10 September. I was sitting in seat 10A. Please, could you let me know how I can get it back? Many thanks, right? So I'm not calling them, fine. I'm not maybe emailing them, fine. If I want a faster response, fine. So what I'm doing is I have directly gone and written on the Twitter, right? So it makes it more relevant for the brand also to go back on the same platform and respond to them, fine. The way you are helping at the back end, that has to be done, but don't miss to answer on the same platform. Otherwise, what will happen? Even if you are helping them without responding here, suppose you have helped a Nick, you have found his iPad, given him back, but then you have not mentioned here on social media anything, not given any response, Ernesto, fine, okay, Geeta, or maybe Fatima, fine, or maybe Cleo, fine, or you, they all will start thinking, oh, KLM is so bad, fine. someone has written something, fine, they had an issue, but still they are not responding. Okay, even I had nothing to do with Nick and his iPad. But yes, I would be more concerned what response KLM is giving here. So it's very important. Yes, quick response time. And we are also happy as a customer. Yes, if I'm stuck somewhere, go. And let me tell you, if actually people are stuck somewhere, go on Twitter and write about the brand. You will definitely get response. Fine. So that's the best way of doing it nowadays. Fine. Yes, I would say, one more benefit, I would say, of digital marketing, right, is your customer engagement, right? Again, and why it is like, so again, with the traditional, what I was saying, it was always one way, right? You watched ad on TV, dekh liya. Okay, maybe you had just watched the ad on TV, once watched, it's okay, done. You watched on radio, you forget, right? Or you listen on radio, print advertisement, gone through newspaper, but it was always one way. What about my feelings if I have to go back and talk to the brand, right? If I didn't like the advertisement, but I have to do, right? That was, again, was missing with your traditional, but yes, what has changed and what is important with your digital is customer engagement. We as a customer, unless and until, I would say, as a brand, you come up with certain strategies where you can engage with the customers, right? They will lose interest, right? If I just ask you, like, why do we follow any brands? Are you people, just a simple question, are you people maybe following any brands on Twitter or on social media, any Instagram? Maybe you can just, if there's a provision of raising hands or say yes somehow in a chat, or you can say yes if you are doing it. And any brands, following on Twitter, following on Facebook, or maybe join any community, or maybe you are following someone on Instagram. Are you people doing it? Yes, no? Maybe you can put it on a chat box, or maybe you can mention the brand name also if you are doing it. No one? People not doing? So this is where I just picked up. Someone has written internet user 78% is Cambodia. Very good. It's good, I would say, penetration. Anyone? I'm not getting chats. Are you people putting something on a chat? Are you people following any brands or not? Not a brand people. No one is following. No one is a marketing guy here, I think so. Anyone from a marketing field here? Anyone from this group? Anyone, or maybe more into HR or management part only? All of you? No one is from marketing? No one. Okay. But still, maybe as a consumer, what I would suggest is, maybe if you're interested, yes, you can always follow few brands, fine, because yes, at the end, we are at least consumer. Whatever your favorite brands, fine, so we'll get to know a lot. Fine, so the way they are trying to reach the customer, it has changed. Okay, I have one person from a marketing, so I'm following many brands. Mercedes, great, good. So Felice is also Berto. Felice Berto is from marketing. So you may be a marketing into teaching or marketing. Maybe you're looking for marketing for any specific organization. Felice Berto, can you just mention what exactly you're doing in marketing? You can mention on chat. Then we have Kelso is saying, yes, I am following many brands. Good. Mercedes is the favorite brand. So what exactly can you share what they are doing for on these social media handles, how they are engaging with the customers? Anyone would like to share their experiences for the brands? No one? Fine, it's okay. Right, so maybe Felice, but you can share what exactly you are doing in from a marketing perspective. Definitely we can interact, right? Okay, so fine. How maybe I picked up one very, very successful, I would say, campaign which leads to customer engagement and what totally different brands are doing, right? So this particular campaign was started by iPhone, right? So iPhone started this campaign related to that. Okay, they have faced certain issues as far as in their camera quality was concerned. Fine, so someone just had written, right? Okay, the camera quality is not good. So they wanted to focus more on the camera quality, right? So one option obviously was always available, that they advertise and they focus on the advertisements about the camera quality, right? But somehow they did something, did something innovative, right? And they started this campaign shot on iPhone, right? They opened this challenge, opened this for the public at large, that, okay, you click picture on your phone, iPhone, and share with us on a social media handles. And they used to select the best pictures, and those best pictures were used in actual advertisements of their, maybe on the billboards, on the TV advertisements, fine, on the print advertisements. They started sharing pictures which were clicked by general public, you, me, anyone, and obviously the best pictures out of them, right? So this campaign, when I'm talking about this user-generated content, so where you are now, these brands have started involving customers in their marketing, right? If I am clicking the picture, right, and I am sharing the picture, I am marketing the brand. Let me tell you, right? So I will feel more trust. Also, my maybe colleagues, maybe you people also will also feel, Fatima will feel, okay, if maybe Sue has clicked this picture, it must be good. Otherwise, what we think? Some experts might have clicked the picture, it will always be good a picture only. Fine. If I will click with my iPhone, it will never come good. No. Fine. So what they're doing is they're trying to engage the customers, and their campaign was so successful and went viral. It has been continuing, I think, for almost now 8-9 years. Fine. But yes, what they do is every year they bring a twist to their campaign. Fine. Like if you just see on the right hand side, that was just on left selfies. Fine. So one year they started only with selfies. Fine. 1 year they started only with the night mode. Okay. The pictures have to be clicked only on night mode. Fine. Once they started only with the macro camera on, right? So what is happening is, but the thing is, you are engaging customer. Again, possible and it's feasible only with your digital marketing. So companies, brands are coming, whether you talk about Coke, this, if you all can recall, they share a Coke campaign was so successful. Fine. You can maybe recall the Starbucks started with this campaign of white cup contest, where they asked people to come up with the paintings on the cups, and then they actually packaged those cups accordingly, right? Okay, personalized Starbucks cups they used to have, right? So it's all about customer engagement now. That's the key. So as a brand, if you're not able to engage with the customers, then it's always a one way, right? So then there's no difference between traditional and digital, right? So with the digital platforms, as a marketer, okay, what has changed is consumer engagement. That has definitely increased. I hope you people will also be able to relate with it as a customer, right? Help digital somehow, very good figures I would like to show here, had started helping small businesses, right? So maybe if you're talking about the traditional, again, it was always very expensive. I would say here, help, when I'm saying helping small business, I'm also saying that, okay, digital is more cost effective as compared to your traditional, right? So maybe it was TV advertisements. You can all see, you can all maybe check it in your countries also, very specifically about print advertisements, TV advertisements. They were always very costly as compared to your digital. You can run an ad on a Facebook, maybe $5 in a day, very simply, right? You can easily start any campaign on Facebook, on Instagram with as low as $5, fine. So, but yes, what has changed with, I would say, COVID also, right? So lot of these small businesses or local businesses, they have started going online, right? Let's see the figures, which shows that 88% of the potential customers look for online reviews before choosing any local services. 46% of all searches will have to do with location. So when I was searching, let me tell you, have you ever searched with this term? Near me. Have you ever tried to search like this on Google?
Yes, sometime.
Sometimes, maybe bakery near me, some restaurant near me, fine, anything. But what we do is local searches. What has changed with our searches as a consumer is we have started doing a lot of local searches. What I need nearby, right? During COVID, it was totally different. Fine, maybe we were sitting. But yes, with COVID, the things have changed. A lot of small businesses have started coming online because they also felt the pinch during this time, which were never online. Right? Okay, they also have to go online, at least make their presence felt. Right? Near me is a very, very prominently searched term on Google. Let me tell you. Right? If you just search the one keyword which is being used is near me. Fine. I try to search the shops near me. Find maybe some salon near me. You go petrol pump near me, you're traveling from one location to another, you open a Google map, or maybe you're trying to search on a Google petrol pump near me, right? So this is whatever you are searching near me is a very prominent term which is being used, fine. So your digital has started helping your local businesses or small businesses. One, being cost effective, right? And more people, maybe businesses coming online, right? And the research has shown that 70% of these local searches on mobile result in offline. That means you search and you go. So if 100, maybe 78% of people are actually searching and they take this offline purchases also. And 88% of the searches for local businesses, whenever we are doing, we either call or visit business within 24 hours of the business hours. So if I'm looking for some bakery, I'm looking for some salon, right? So what I will be doing, I am searching as 88% of the people are actually going and visiting also for those services. I'm looking for some education services, whatever, in a local business. So that's the power somehow of your digital, right? Okay. You don't have to rely on those prime times on TV, specific slots, the amount of budgets you have to spend, right? That has gone with your digital. It is more cost effective and you can easily, just can help businesses, small businesses also, right? Retargeting, fine. So again, talk about any maybe product or brand, fine. So retargeting is one thing again, which is very, very feasible with your digital, right? Not with your TV advertisement. You never come to know with your TV advertisement who are watching, who all have watched my advertisements or not, right? Retargeting is something you click on any specific maybe product, right? You put in a cart, or maybe you were just searching about any specific product. I was looking for, okay, how to lose weight, or maybe I was just seeing maybe any fitness center near me, right? And next time, when I open my page, fine, either I open my social media page, fine, I start getting some kind of an information related to that particular query, right? I will start getting lot of reels, a lot of stories on my Facebook, on my Instagram, fine, or I start getting some push-up notifications, fine. So what brands are doing is they are retargeting you because they know you are interested. But yes, you may not have bought the product, fine. You might be confused. They will try to retarget you with some specific offers so that at least they are able to maybe convert into a customer. So just picked up one very case of HubSpot is in SaaS software they provide, fine. So they're not into CRM softwares and all. So basically a software company, right? So someone looking for a software, not bought a software, the very unique way of reaching out to them is, yes, talk about a good investment. The CRM takes 25 seconds to set up, but saves up to 124 hours per day, right? So someone, if I suppose I'm looking for a CRM software, fine, I was just searching at HubSpot, but I haven't made my purchase, right? So rather than directly saying, okay, buy my product, right? Very different way of convincing me as a customer that, okay, what is the importance of CRM, right? So CRM, customer said, maybe relationship, it's always say it's easy to it's always less expensive to maintain your current customers rather to have and maybe looking for a new customers, right? So retargeting again is very prominent with your digital marketing, right? And it's important. The companies do reach out to you. This is like data-driven marketing, fine. So I think the last one in terms of, I would say the benefits, but I think this is the most important one. When I talk about digital marketing, I talk about data marketing. Nothing is possible like if I do not have data. All your marketing, what is happening nowadays, it is happening with your data, right? You never come to know how many people watched your ad on TV. But if you're running your campaign on digitally, you get to know how many people visited your websites, what was their age group, how many people from different, maybe specific cities who have clicked on your website, at what time they clicked on your website, fine. Maybe how much time they had spent on your website, maybe in a minutes or seconds also, right? What activities they had done on your website or on your social media pages. Each and everything is being recorded, right? And that can be that data. Data is the key. I think even if you're not from a marketing, right? I think everything revolves around data. Data is, I think, the new oil. Fine. So maybe we can have a war over data nowadays, right? This is how much like data is important, right? Okay. So if we just talk about, I just picked a very unique case of maybe data-driven marketing. I found it very interesting and very different way of doing it also, right? Whenever we buy this specific company, very okay, fine. So they are into clothing, fine. So this is an e-commerce website into clothing, right? So they observed one thing through data. They did some research. They could found from a data that whenever people are buying, or maybe they're just moving out of their homes, right? The first thing before they move out is they see the weather. They check first weather, how's the weather, and then they decide what to wear, right? I can understand this obviously when I'm talking about UK, find the countries like them, they have a very unpredictable weather, fine. So maybe it's rainy, whether it's windy, fine, whether it's sunny, fine. I don't know about your country, but definitely in India, we have a still very predictable weather. I know summers are coming, so summers will continue for long. Winters are coming, so winters will be for these many months. But in a countries like UK, what obviously this very unpredictable. So when they did this research, they could found that, okay, whenever people are moving out, fine. So what they do is they check the weather, right? So they associated this data, weather data, with their buying, and they did a personalization. If we just see this page here, right, it talks about this. Obviously, Nikki has logged into her site, right, web page, fine, and they have written here, included here, weather. It says shop for weather, Nikki, wrap up, it's cold out here, right? So it's cold out. I do not have any specific jacket or coat I will like to buy, fine. So relating, just see, totally unrelated. We never think of doing this, but on a daily basis now, what they're doing is they're updating the day wise, or maybe on a maybe specific hour wise also the weather data, right? And it is somehow leading to the purchases also. And this is how maybe they are looking for a customer location first, giving them a weather, and they could display almost 1.2 million variations of the above page. Let's just imagine the kind of a personalization this brand has done based on the data. And different people, different locations, different weather conditions, but yes, brands are doing it. These brands, these can only survive nowadays, unless, yes, again, I would say data is huge, but let's understand, all brands are not taking a good use of it. So unless and until you analyze the data, you take a proper use of it, it's of no use. Raw data is sufficient, fine. But then marketing as per data, that's the key, fine. Right, so I hope we are clear with the importance of digital marketing, right? And these are the points we had just covered with different cases, right? Coming on to quickly, I will not go into very much detail into your digital marketing components, but two of it, I will definitely like to pick it up here. So when I'm talking about digital marketing, it's not only about the social media marketing. We talk about social media, how emails are being used. This is the particular point I would like to pick up: search engine optimization, mobile marketing, website marketing, analytics is the key. Unless and until you have data, it's of no use. Fine. So your marketing has to be based on data. Two things I would like to be why so much of social media marketing, right? And then what this search engine optimization, because everything what we do nowadays, it's all about search. And then I will like to pick a few, I will like to share some tools also with you, how people can just search on the different websites. How many of you maybe actually are search some reviews? Maybe I can do some poll here. Maksuji, are you here, Maksuji?
Yes, ma'am.
Maksuji, ये poll करिएगा एक बारी. Next. I think 3 आपने करे थे ना अभी पहले. Okay, few polls for you. Like, let's understand your behavior with social media and searching. So, how often you conduct online search before making a purchase, everyone? Always, sometimes, never. Okay, or maybe at least few of you are doing. How often? Maybe you are conducting. Okay, good enough. I think 16 people have responded. Okay, I'm getting few more responses here. I think more people are active. Great. By the time we are moving towards end of this session. Okay. So, okay, still I'm getting responses. So let's wait. I have got response from 19 people now. Good enough. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So 100% and 90 people have answered. Okay, maybe we can end poll. We can end poll here. Right. So when I'm saying how often you conduct online search before making a purchase, sometimes it says 58%, always 42%, right? Never is 0%, let me tell you. So this is how we are making searches, right? So when I'm talking about this concept of search engine optimization, so what is being most searched on Google? Yes, there are a number of search engines being, but yes, Google being most prominently used, right? So what you people are answering, this is what people are doing globally, right? 62% of maybe the consumers are disregarding a business if they can't find it online. The data of 2022 as per as Internet Live Stat says there are 99,000 searches every single second. It's a huge number, right? So that makes almost 8.5 billion searches a day, right? This again, this figure might be more than this, might keep on changing, right? Okay. In 2022, just see, Facebook was the most searched term, followed by YouTube and then Amazon. These were the most searched terms globally. Popular word game Wordle, fine, but that was behind that. So there are a lot of agencies. Then again, Google shares this data that which was the most searched terms on a Google. Now, what has changed? I would like to pick up this particular concept here. What we are doing actually, what we as a consumer, how it has changed and why this concept of SEO is so important when I'm saying search engine optimization, right? Everything you people are saying always, sometimes you go and search on Google. How our decision journey has changed. Google came up with this concept which talked about ZMOT, which says zero movement of truth. Fine. But let's see. Maybe if I'm saying there was no Google or something online was not there, how I was making purchases. Fine. So maybe even if I have to buy, suppose shampoo, fine, I have to just buy shampoo, what I was doing, right? I was going to a store. I was going on a retail shelf. Fine. I was just picking up on a specific retail shelf shampoo, right? So when I was just picking up those, any specific brand, I was picking up, checking the packaging. So what was happening, that was the first interaction I was having with a brand, right? That was called as a first moment of truth, right? In moment of truth is an, I would say, older, very old concept in marketing. That means how you are interacting with any brand, right? So there are different moments when we interact with the brands. I watch the advertisement done on TV. I go on a store, look for a shampoo on a store. I will just see its color combination. I will see maybe the prices. I will see its packaging. So that's the first interaction there on a shelf I have with the brand. I buy the brand. I'm taking a very simple brand, a simple product like shampoo. Fine. I come home. I used that particular brand. What I experience is second moment of truth. Fine. That's a second moment of truth, actually experiencing any specific brand, right? Now, what has changed with the decision of journey? Why Google came up with this concept of zero moment of truth? Before visiting any store, before interacting with any brand, what we do is we start searching. We start searching best shampoo to buy, best shampoo for dry hair, best shampoo for dandruff, fine, which shampoo I should buy for my maybe hairy oil, right? Whatever, maybe I have different questions, maybe most common questions like this, fine, base, maybe sulfate, but whatever comes to mind related to shampoo, those specific keywords, you go and you search, and you are saying you are searching, right? You can't say you are not searching, maybe, and then unless and until you are so brand loyal, you want to go with the same brand, right? What we do is, yes, we are searching. So we all as a customer, what we are experiencing is this zero moment of truth. That means not contacting, not coming with the infection. And that's the reason we talk today about one very important component. If someone is into marketing, right? Obviously, they know about this concept of search engine optimization. Search engine optimization means all these brands, they are working on their strategies that, okay, when someone is searching about a specific keywords, their website should rank higher on the website, right? All those Google algorithms, why people are paying to Google, right? Or maybe, because let's understand one thing. How many of us hardly go on second or third page of Google when you are searching? Hardly visit second or third page. Maybe second, fine. First page, second page. That's it, fine. So if you have to hide someone, go and hide on a third or fourth page of Google. No one will go there, right? And this is how most of us are doing. Let's understand. And that's the reason that, okay, brands are working so much. we are not going too much into these strategies, but the very important strategy or maybe what maybe these companies, brands have to work on is your search engine optimization, find how they can rank higher on these search engine, right? Because research shows that, okay, 60% of the consumers will disregard a business if they can't find them online, even if it's a local business. Let's understand. Leave apart your brands nowadays. Even a small shop, if they do not have website, it's okay. They do not have social media page, it's okay. But if they're not listed on Google, you can't find any link of those means shops also online, nothing, no address. You will think it's fake. Okay, it will never come to your mind. That will never into a consideration set. It's very important that these brands, small shops also, they move online. At least they have some presence digitally. It's very important, right? Okay. Now, why social media has now become important? One is, okay, because everyone is searching. Very important is search engine marketing, right? Now comes is why social media is such an hype now, social media marketing. So maybe Maksoodji, we can have one more poll for everyone. Let's see how these people are active and how many social media platforms they are using. Let's have one poll here. How many social media platforms are you actively using, everyone? 1, 2, 3, 4, more than 4. Okay, good enough. 3. I'm getting 1. 1 is strange. Okay, someone is using one social media, but that person might be a very good person, using his or her time very optimally, right? Not wasting time on social media here. More than 4. Okay, I can see 2, maybe 3 people, maybe 3 is being also used by a lot, more than 4. Don't worry that, okay, people will think how many social media platforms you're using. More you're using, it's better nowadays. That's more normal. Someone using only one, I think that person needs to be saluted. Fine, he is using this time very wisely, not wasting on social media like us, right? I'm also using at least more than 4 social media platforms, right? So that counts for anything, social media. I'm talking about LinkedIn, you're talking about Twitter, you're talking about Facebook, you're talking about Instagram, you're talking about Snapchat, fine. You're talking about Tinder, right? Anything, right? So, okay, maybe we can end the poll, Maksoodji, and I can see almost 45% of you, that means 9 people out of 20 are saying 3 platforms. More than 4, a good person, 40% are saying more than 4 platforms. I could find 1 person who is using only 1 platform. And then 2 people are using 2 platforms. Okay, great. Maybe next poll, one more poll is there. Maksoodji, 6th poll kar dijiye. And then we will discuss on this. How much time you are spending on social media platform per day? Okay, so I think most of you have answered here. Okay, less than 2 hours, 2 to 4 hours, more than 6 hours. So very normal people here, right? Okay, Maksuji, maybe you can enter, I think end this. Almost 21 have responded so that we can move to last. Okay, and when I say how much time you're spending on social media, the response goes 38% are saying less than 2 hours. 2 to 4 hours, 38%. I think very good people here. They're not wasting the time on social media. 4 to 6 hours, 19%. At least 4 people are saying this, and more than half, only 1 person is saying, okay, fine. So the last poll, Maksuji, one more last poll here. Let me just see their social media behavior, everyone. You can be honest here, no issues. You don't have to be too diplomatic what people will think. I'm just doing a time pass. No issues. Why you are using social media? Entertainment, time pass, or maybe reading news, networking with friends, searching for brands. Maybe not a good news for brands. No one is searching brands. Okay, I could get one answer now. Who is searching brands on social media? Okay, few people are still responding. I can see here, let's see, reading news, good. So maybe I think most of you must be on Twitter, right? Reading news, networking with friends, okay, fine. Time pass, good. 3 people at least are saying, okay, they are feeling bored, the reason they are using social media. Okay, fine. Maksuji, maybe we can end the poll. I think we have already got 20 answers here, right? 20 people have responded. So if I go with this figure, it says 15% entertainment and time pass. I can see 25% reading news. 5 people are saying it. Networking with the friends. Yes, that's the reason social media was created, right? Networking with friends. It's 6 people are saying 30%. Searching for brands, at least 3 people are saying that's relevant for brands. If you're talking from a marketing perspective, as a marketer, I need to know this, okay, why people are using it. Fine. So just these 3 questions, fine, when I'm asking, okay, to understand your social media behavior, right? How much time, maybe out of our online time, people are spending now on social media? Why there's so much of an hype within a digital marketing, also social media marketing, right? We just see the number of social media users is almost 4.74 billion, right? There's a huge change what is coming in a social media. And let me tell you, when we see this population, there are a lot of these social media platforms which do not allow people, maybe kids less than 13 years of age, to join this social media platform, right? Average time spent, daily time spent is 2 hours, 28 minutes, fine. And then percentage of population, if we exclude 13 people, right, 13 below, fine, so almost 76%. Social media users as total internet users, it's huge, 93. So at least if they are online, they are on social media, right? Females and males, if we just see, there are more male members on social media as compared to your females here, right? Okay. Daily time spent on an average between both male and female, it's on an average in different age groups. Yes, 16 to 24 years are using more. So that's the generation. Young people are coming more on social media. So brands are very specific on promoting on these social media platforms, right? Okay. Total online time, how much they're spending. Indians are the ones at the top. Indians are the ones spending most time on social media out of their total online time. I do not know why, what they are doing, but yes, definitely Indians are spending more time online, right? And what's most popularly used social media platforms, it still remains Facebook. Fine. So Facebook, as far as we go with active million users, fine. Facebook is number 1. Then you have YouTube, you have WhatsApp, you have Instagram, and it continues. So since the most of you, we just see the brands are present on social media, because we as in people, we are always on social media. If you're spending, almost you people are responding, you are spending 2 to 4 hours, 4 to 6 hours on an average, just on social media out of your total online time. Just see what kind of an opportunity it is giving to your brands to target you on those specific platforms, right? So yes, what we are doing, different platforms. If you're reading news, the best platform is, yes, obviously Twitter. You go on Pinterest, fine. If you're talking about looking for videos, funny content, you go on Facebook, TikTok, right? If you're looking for professional, I think most of you must be on LinkedIn, fine. Again, for reading news and for a professional news, fine. So yes, different platforms would have their own unique customers also. Yes, we have an overlapping. I might be present on 4 or 5 different platforms, 6 platforms. But yes, the content I'm looking for, maybe when I go to LinkedIn, more professional. When I go to Insta, I'm doing it for time pass. Fine, I'm looking for more fun content, right? So this is how what is happening on your social media. So what is being expected of when we are saying so much, like I have just picked up today, I would say tip of iceberg, what is happening with the digital marketing and what you can do, how things are changing. But yes, most of you, if you are planning to enter into this area of your marketing, right? I don't know how many of you are actually doing it. And I think 1 or 2 have already got responses. But if you are wishing to, if you are a marketing leader, right? One thing is for sure, if we just see all the department, I do not know for maybe you will in next few days, you will be discussing a lot into functional areas. One area which has gone more into digital is your marketing. Everything is digital as compared to other departments of your organization, right? So research also shows that senior marketing leaders are driving 73% of your digital transformation efforts, fine. Yes, we all know it's not an one-day work, right? It is a continuous process that will happen. But if we just see marketing departments, the one which is totally different from your other departments as far as way ahead, I would say, as far as the digitalization is concerned. And most of your chief marketing officers, CMOs, what they can do is maybe if you are entering, you can encourage both collaborative, more of an agile working practices. It can be more collaborative. You can make, because see, you need to understand, you can continuously optimize with your marketing because it's all real-time marketing nowadays, right? We are doing everything based on data, right? It's all digital, it's all data-driven, right? So your leader has to be sure that, okay, they are earning good ROIs when they're using their budgets also optimally, right? They are using this technology, unless and until you have a detailed knowledge about each and every aspect. Yes, I can understand on when we say as a leader, maybe a specific, you may not be specialist in each and everything, but then you need, if you even if you have to lead your team, right, make sure that, okay, you know each and every aspect, unless and until otherwise it will be very difficult for you to monitor them. Because when I'm talking about search engine optimization, I'm talking about email marketing, I'm talking about social media marketing, I'm talking about data analytics, marketing, right? Okay, maybe each field is specialized field, right? Maybe you can't be specialist in each and everything as a leader, but yes, having knowledge of each and every aspect is very important, right? So then only you can be more innovative and can be more collaborative with your team. And let me just tell you that this is what we were talking, like whenever it's coming of a digital transformation of any organization, the first thing that comes to mind is whether we are online present, whether we have a website or not, whether maybe are selling online or not, right? So that they are somewhere leading the digital transformation of any organization, fine. So they need to have a good knowledge about all the channels, fine. Then only they will be explain and their team and lead the team, right? So they, maybe digital as a marketing, you think, okay, you know everything, fine. But how you are explaining to a team, how you are taking a team along, that is very important. You need to have a multi-channel. You can't not just be present on, you can't say, okay, oh, no, I am present on Instagram. I'm not concerned about Twitter. I am doing maybe social media marketing. I'm not concerned about search engine optimization. I'm doing only email marketing. I'm not concerned about social media marketing. No, it's a multi-channel ecosystem, right? If you're not present, okay, in most of them, okay, if it's not your forte, you can miss, but main social media, you talk about emails, you can't miss somehow as a leader these things, fine? Yes, creativity is the most important thing, okay? because marketing is being very, very creative. You have just seen few cases. I've just picked a few cases of marketing, how companies are being innovative as far as the personalization is concerned, about their, I would say, how smartly they are targeting the customers, making use of their data, right? So that can happen only if you have knowledge, right? You are being creative as a leader, right? Even if you are, again, I'm saying not a specialist, it's very important that you gain knowledge, whether you're talking about AdWord, you're talking about Facebook, fine. Because unless and until as a marketing leader, you understand these things, fine, you will not be able to lead your team further, right? So that's it. That's from my side. Okay. I hope maybe I have been able to pass on the message why digital marketing is so important for organizations nowadays, right? And what makes a good maybe marketing leader. You all, maybe if you have any questions, we can always have a discussion, right? I think anything and any discussions would you like to have, anyone?
Any questions, respondent participants?
I can understand within like 90 minutes, it was too much to grasp, but yes, you can always take my email or my phone number, right? From, I think Dr. Shikha might be here. She can share my email ID with you, and you can always come back to me anytime. You can connect for marketing.
Okay, so no questions from anybody?
I hope it was not totally clear. I hope I was.
No, ma'am, it was a engaging session wherein you have made use of a lot of polls and so many things related to facts and figures, what research says. It was really a engaging session, ma'am. And we had sessions on marketing. The first two sessions were taken by Dr. Sujata. And then they have covered almost everything related to, how the things are going on in the marketing domain in digital era. So I hope if there are no questions, I hope everybody.
Yeah, sure. But they can, you can all maybe like 1 or 2 person, I think, were from a marketing field, but you can always connect, fine. And anytime, right? You can just take my number, you can always connect with me.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank
We
you so
understand more about the marketing. Good, me. It's a lot to be had. But I would suggest everyone, even see if you're not on your marketing field, we all are customers at our own, right? Go follow brands, see what different they are doing. They are being so innovative nowadays. You will learn a lot of things. How they are making you trap, they are trapping you also. Will get to know what things you have to consider.
Yes.
How they're trying to convert you, right? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care and have a nice sessions. More sessions to come next week.
Okay, so
Thank you so
participants
much.
will be having the sessions on, then another functional expertise in digital transformation on Monday. So happy weekend from me. Some of you are in office right now, but yes, we will meet on Monday with the new topics and new area. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Bye.
Deepa. Thank you, Dr. Vidhi. And thank you, participants, for being with us. Feedback link has been shared by my teammate, Geeta. It's there in the chat box. Request you all to please fill your feedback forms. It's really very appreciating that we are constantly getting the feedbacks from the cohort, and we have time to improve and to learn, unlearn, relearn that what the entire journey of 2 weeks is all about. And again, there would be another link that has been shared on your WhatsApp group. You may take your time. There are 2 columns which the participants had to fill in based on the ongoing sessions and the challenges that you all have been facing in digital era with respect to your organization. So you may jot it down. These are the editable spreadsheets wherein you can again edit it as the session goes on for the next week as well. So Till then, have a happy weekend to everybody. Relax, stay safe. And on Monday, we will be having group photograph as well. So just be on your cameras, be active, be on time. So we will be having pre-lunch and post-lunch 1-1 group photographs for our valedictory session as well. Thank you all for being with us. See you on Monday. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.